Chapter 177. Xian, come over here. After lunch, Madame Li mysteriously waved for her son to come over. Li Zixuan curiously walked over and asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Madame Li lovingly smiled and said, "It's a good thing. Yesterday, your father asked a matchmaker for Han Yushi's birth characters. Mother will go to Xiandu Temple tomorrow and find a Taoist priest to match your birth characters." Li Zixuan was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Really? That's great. But mother, what if that Taoist priest says that Yushi and I are not compatible?" Nonsense. My son is handsome and elegant. The Han family's daughter is also dignified and beautiful. She is educated and reasonable. How can the two of you not be compatible? Madame Li lightly knocked on her son's head and said unhappily, "Oh, then I'll have to trouble you, mother." Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and rubbed his head. He replied and quickly went to the West Court. "Xiaoxi, come over." In the main hall of the West Court, Li Zixuan sneakily asked Xiaoxi to come in. "Young master, it's still daytime. What do you want to do?" Xiaoxi looked at Li Zixuan and thought of something bad. Furthermore, Li Zixuan said those words last night. The servant girl immediately crossed her arms and looked at Li Zixuan vigilantly. She refused to go in. Now that Li Zixuan was about to get married, if he messed around with the servant girls, it was hard to guarantee that the future young mistress would not make things difficult for them. Although Xiaoxi had a good impression of Li Zixuan, she was very clear about what she should and shouldn't do. Li Zixuan stared at her and said, "What are you thinking? If you don't come in, I will definitely eat you up tonight." Oh, when Xiaoxi heard Li Zixuan say that, she knew that she was thinking wrongly. She quickly agreed and walked in. "Young master, what's the matter?" "Something big. Tomorrow, my mother is going to the Xuandu Temple to match Yushi and me. You should follow her and take the opportunity to give that fortune-telling Taoist some money. Let him pick something nice to say. Tell him that if he dares to talk nonsense, I will smash his Taoist temple." Li Zixuan finally got a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. He didn't want these weird Taoist priests to cause any more trouble. Puchi, when Xiaoxi heard this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Young master, how can you do this? Aren't you cheating?" At the same time, Xiaoxi was a little envious. If young master could care about her so much in the future, she would be willing to die. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and snapped, "What's wrong with cheating? Those Taoists of the Jianghu were always talking nonsense. How many of them could be accurate? My master's fortune-telling was accurate, but he never told people's marriage. He would rather destroy a temple than ruin a marriage. You understand?" Actually, Li Zixuan was overthinking this matter. Normally, Taoists would match people's birth characters. Regardless of whether the man and woman were suitable for each other, they would usually pick something nice to say. Very few Taoists would purposely break up people's marriages. If that was the case, the grudge would be too big. It wouldn't be in line with their principle of keeping a low profile to make a fortune. Hence, most of the time, the so-called matching of birth characters was just a formality to let the elders feel at ease. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue mischievously. She felt that no matter what she said, her young master was right. Hence, she stopped arguing and smiled. "All right, young master, Xiaoxi will do it tomorrow." Li Zixuan grinned and said, "That's right, that's right. This is my family's good Xiaoxi." Xiaoxi blushed and ran out. She thought to herself that ever since the young master wanted to marry the young mistress, he liked to tease her and xiao he more and more. Could it be that the young master had turned into a big pervert? If Li Zixuan knew what the little girl was thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. he was also a man. Every day, he would guard these two pretty little girls. He couldn't eat them, and he would occasionally say a few flowery words. How did he become a pervert? Strange interest pavilion workshop. Ma Zhou was sitting in the study room in the backyard. He was leisurely drinking tea and reading a book. On the table beside his hand, there was a thick pile of books. The current Ma Zhou was not the same as before. Ever since Li Zixuan came that day, his position in the workshop had skyrocketed. He sat firmly in the second position. Furthermore, because he was an authentic cultured person with great potential, his position in the workshop was faintly surpassing Faubert's. Therefore, he was naturally treated well now. There were even 2 servants outside the door who could be ordered around. He was really living a comfortable life. He was now reading the manuscript of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality that Li Chengqian asked the eunuch to return. He was already working on the newspaper that Li Zixuan asked him to do last time. The stack of documents on the table was the recent major events in Chang, and that he had collected. He had also personally written the relevant manuscripts. Now that he was free, he wanted to read Li Zixuan's novel and see how the quality was. After all, Ma Zhou was very confident in his literary talent. He believed that if his article was published in the newspaper, it would definitely receive a lot of praise. However, he was not confident in Li Zixuan's literary talent. Ma Zhou was afraid that Li Zixuan's novel would be too lousy and drag down the overall quality of the newspaper. The beginning is so flat and straightforward. It doesn't pay attention to the rhymes. It's completely vernacular. How can this kind of article be presented? But what are the circles and dots in the middle used for? Why does it look like it's used for punctuation? This idea is not bad. Ma Zhou looked at the first chapter and couldn't help but say with a look of disdain. However, he was still very interested in Li Zixuan's punctuation. Forget it. Let's read the next chapter. After thinking for a while, Ma Zhou still patiently continued reading. Cultivation? The idea of this chapter is a bit interesting. Ma Zhou had never read a Xuanhuan cultivation novel. The first time he saw the world structure and the cultivation system, he couldn't help but be deeply immersed. At this time, he didn't care about the literary talent of the article. TSK. Exciting. This eternal spring art is so powerful. How did Li Xian'an come up with it? Why is this bottle so strong that it can't be broken? This bottle has a great origin. It can actually accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. Won't Han Li be able to level up quickly in the future? How did it end so quickly? At first, Ma Zhou was still disdainful of Li Zixuan's literary talent. In the end, he was quickly immersed in the novel and dreamlike plot. Unknowingly, he finished reading more than 20 chapters, and it was obvious that he was still somewhat unsatisfied. Although the beginning of the story is flawed, the more I read, the more exciting it is. The owner has completely created an unprecedented new world. It's really too novel and too interesting. Ma Zhou touched his chin and muttered to himself. After a while, he looked at the press release he wrote before, and his heart wavered. Should I also write this article in vernacular? No, wouldn't that be too lacking in content? But I keep feeling that there's something missing. At this moment, Ma Zhou began to hesitate and feel conflicted. Forget it, I'll take it and ask the owner. Ma Zhou thought for a while and decided to personally listen to Li Zixuan's opinion. After all, the idea of this newspaper was originally proposed by Li Zixuan. Swordsmen are working so hard. Students who read pirated versions, can you come to QQ Bookstore and subscribe 2 chapters to support me? It's just a few cents. Give me some motivation to persevere. The results are too terrible. Chapter 178. In the afternoon, after Li Zixuan finished his nap, Xiao He came over and told him that a middle-aged scholar named Ma Zhou had come to see him and was waiting in the main hall of the front yard. Li Zixuan nodded and walked to the front hall. He saw Ma Zhou wearing a high hat and a wide belt. He was immaculately dressed, looking like a scholar with an imposing appearance and an elegant demeanor. His attire almost blinded Li Zixuan's titanium alloy eyes. Was this still the sloppy man he saw yesterday? TSK. Mr. Ma's style is almost as elegant as mine. If you walk on the street, won't other young ladies be stolen by Mr. Ma? Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou and couldn't help but sigh. Ma Zhou was about to get up and salute Li Zixuan. When he heard this teasing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Ma Zhou was not a person who couldn't make jokes. He smiled and half-joked with Li Zixuan's words. Lord Zhu, I'm now the brand of Chitsu culture. No matter what, I have to dress up a little. Otherwise, won't I embarrass Lord Zhu? In history, the Zhenguan dynasty was full of talents. Ma Zhouguan was able to rise so quickly because, in addition to his talent, he was indeed outstanding in his conduct and conduct of the world. Ma Zhou was a smart man. He paid more attention to art when remonstrating, unlike Wei Zheng, who was straightforward. If Ma Zhou's strategies for governing the country were great wisdom, then these trivial details could only be regarded as petty cleverness. However, it was this petty cleverness that smoothed the relationship between him and Li Shimin, so Li Shimin always treated him well. In the 12th year of Zhenguan, Ma Zhou was promoted to the secretary of the secretariat and was transferred to the secretariat to work. Li Shimin said to the attendants on his left and right, "If I don't see Ma Zhou later, I'll miss him." From this, it could be seen that Ma Zhou was humorous, not inflexible, and knew how to conduct himself. Basically, he could make everyone like him. Li Zixuan was also amused by Ma Zhou's words. "Haha, Mr. Ma is really humorous. I wonder what brings you here today." Upon hearing this, Ma Zhou stopped smiling. He took out a stack of manuscripts from his sleeve and handed them to Li Zixuan. He said with a smile, "Lord Zhu, I have compiled the recent decrees issued by our dynasty, as well as some major cases and strange stories around Chang, and into the kind of press release you mentioned. I'm here today to let you see if it's okay." Li Zixuan was surprised. "So fast," Ma Zhou said, embarrassedly. I was a little excited yesterday when I thought of the grand plans Lord Zhu mentioned. So I..." Only then did Li Zixuan notice his panda eyes. This guy probably didn't sleep last night, right? Ma Zhou's outfit today was too eye-catching, so Li Zixuan ignored his facial expression. "Brother Ma, you're well read. You should know the principle of combining work and rest. No matter how great your ambition is, it still needs to be accumulated step by step. It's impossible to achieve it overnight. Your body is the most precious asset." He seemed to remember that in the history books of his previous life, Ma Zhou died very early. That was why he said this. He didn't want Ma Zhou, a talented and humorous person, to die young. In fact, in history, Ma Zhou suffered from chronic diabetes for a long time. He couldn't recover after a long period of treatment. In the end, he died on the 9th day of the first lunar month in the 22nd year of Zhenguan. He was 48 years old. Ma Zhou heard Li Zixuan's words. Although he was touched, he still didn't take it seriously. He waved his hand and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu, but I'm still in the prime of my life. Every time I think of doing something big with Lord Zhu and leaving my name in history, I feel excited. It's just that we met too late. I've wasted so much time in the past few years." Ma Zhou's words were sincere. Scholars all had the ambition to govern the country and pacify the world. Whether it was the dictionary or the newspaper, it was a great promotion for the education of the Tang Empire. At first, Ma Zhou came to the workshop to earn money to buy wine. But since he knew about Li Zixuan's ambition to let everyone in the world be able to afford to study, he felt that his body was full of vitality, and he had more motivation to work. Li Zixuan insisted, "Work can be done slowly, but you can't ignore your health. Brother Ma, listen to me. Rest when you need to. The Tang Empire will only get better and better in the future. There are many things that Brother Ma needs to do and witness. Later, I'll instruct your servant to remind you to rest on time every day." Ma Zhou spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay. I'll listen to Lord Zhu." Li Zixuan nodded with satisfaction. Only then did he look at the manuscripts written by Ma Zhou. On Taizong-shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects of His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were under His Majesty's control. For China, there was no such thing as the Turks, and the great and great Khans were helpless. Yantua and Tiela were in charge of the prefectures and counties. Gaochang and Tuhen were in charge of sweeping the land. Only the Goryeo were ordered by the successive generations, and Mok was poor. His Majesty reprimanded them for being traitors. Xinguan law interpretation. It said, "Man, 3 talents and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Yuan is the minister of justice, and he is punished for political and religious reasons. His sentiments are unscrupulous and foolish, and he knows Shun is ruthless. If he is big, he will mess up his area. If he is small, he will show his style. If he does not establish a system, he will not be heard of before. The murderer of the massacre of a family of 6 in Xinfeng County has been arrested by the authorities. In the spring of the first year of Xinguan, Lu Yuan's family was robbed by thieves. The family of 5 fought back with all their might, but the thieves were brave and brutal. Li Zixuan looked at the pieces of news in his hand. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought. After a while, he finally finished reading all of them. Then he put down the manuscripts in his hand and looked at Ma Zhou. "Brother Ma, I have a few suggestions. See if they are feasible. If you think they are not, we can discuss it in detail." Ma Zhou nodded and said, "I have the same idea. Lord Zhu, please tell me. I am all ears." Li Zixuan stretched out a finger and said, "First, I think that you should add punctuation marks in all of your manuscripts. This will make it easier for the readers to read. As for what punctuation marks are, I believe that Brother Ma has already roughly understood part of it from my record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Later, I will systematically teach you the usage of all punctuation marks." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, "I have indeed seen these marks before. At that time, I also guessed that they were used to punctuate sentences. I didn't expect it to be true. In this way, if we add these marks to the newspapers in the future, it will indeed have a good effect." Li Zixuan agreed and said, "Exactly. The same sentence can be punctuated in different ways. Each way of punctuation represents a different meaning. Such examples can be found everywhere. Only by introducing punctuation marks can we reduce a lot of unnecessary ambiguity." Chapter 179. In the main hall of the Li estate, Li Zixuan continued to speak with assurance. He extended a second finger and said, "Secondly, I think we need to figure out the audience of the newspaper. With the publication of the Tang Dynasty dictionary and the promotion of Pinyin, the number of literate people will far exceed the current number of scholars. These people don't read much, so they definitely won't be able to understand profound classical Chinese. I think that, in the future, the newspaper should mainly be written in the vernacular. But considering that the dictionary and pinyin haven't been fully promoted yet, we can do a preliminary experiment. We can divide the newspaper into a few sections. One section will be called Literati Interaction. In this section, everything will be written in classical Chinese. Here, the scholars can express their interpretations of the imperial court's decrees and different viewpoints from different schools of thought. This section will become a paradise for literati to communicate. The other sections will be written in the vernacular. Ma Zhou couldn't help but nod and say, "That's a good idea. Before I came, I also considered this problem." Li Zishuan continued. "Thirdly, regarding the current news, Brother Ma, you can put it into a separate section. This section is mainly used to record the recent strange events, but the writing style can't be so serious. The title can't be as rigid as what you wrote. You have to write it in a relaxed and humorous way to attract people. Don't the people read the newspaper for fun and novelty?" Ma Zhou worked so hard to write the news article for so long. Many of the words were carefully crafted by him. In the end, he was criticized as worthless by Li Zishuan. He was a little embarrassed, and his stubborn temper almost flared up again. But this time, he forced himself to hold it back. He was a little unconvinced and asked, "Then, Lord Zhu, how do you think I should write it?" Li Zishuan smiled. He could also see that Ma Zhou still had a little temper. But it was normal for literati to be arrogant. He didn't mind too much and said, "As for how to write it in a way that will attract people, Brother Ma has to figure it out yourself. But I can provide Brother Ma with an example. For example, you can start by writing, 'Why did a 90-year-old woman die naked on the streets? Why did hundreds of female donkeys scream in the middle of the night? Why did the underwear of the courtesans of Hundred Flowers Tower get stolen? Who was the perpetrator of the serial rape and killing of sows? Why did the old nun's door get knocked every night? Was it a person or a ghost? What was behind the accidental deaths of hundreds of female dogs? Behind all this, was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality? Was it the eruption of sex or the helplessness of thirst? Stay tuned for the 8th issue of Tang Daily. Pooh! Li Zishuan was really full of surprises. Before he could finish, Ma Zhou felt dizzy and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Where's your integrity? My Lord Zhu, where is your integrity?" Ma Zhou felt that he had no integrity when he put down his pride as a scholar and shamelessly went to work in the workshop. However, he did not expect that there would be a scholar who was even more shameless than him. Ma Zhou now had some doubts. Was he too thin-skinned before? "Lord Zhu, is it really okay to write like this? Will we be drowned by the saliva of all the scholars in the world?" Ma Zhou looked like he was going to vomit blood and asked gloomily. It was as if he was saying to Li Zishuan, "Are you sure you're not F***king kidding me?" Li Zishuan deliberately ignored Ma Zhou's expression and said matter-of-factly, "Why not? Brother Ma, don't you think that the people will be more interested in reading if you write like this? As for the scholars' saliva, Brother Ma, you don't have to worry at all. If they want to scold us, let them. Only when there is controversy can we become more and more famous. Their saliva will only make our newspaper more popular. Moreover, in the future, our newspaper will definitely have the absolute power of public opinion. When that time comes, I'll see who dares to scold us." Ma Zhou wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Why did he feel like he had fallen into a pit of fire? Moreover, it was the kind of pit that was 10,000 meters deep. He could not jump out even if he wanted to. "Lord Zhu, do you really want to write like this?" Ma Zhou hoped that Li Zishuan would change his mind and not make things so shocking. Li Zishuan insisted, "Yes, just write in this style." There's a trace of exaggeration in the humor. Once people start reading, they can't stop even if they want to. All right then. Ma Zhou could only agree helplessly. He cursed in his heart. Is that a trace of exaggeration? It's simply too exaggerated. Li Zishuan thought for a while and continued. Then the novel section at the end of the newspaper will be called Dahua Jianghu. In the early stage, I'll use my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality to cover it. Every issue will have 4 chapters serialized. Later on, if the Ministry of Culture receives some high-quality novels, then they can be serialized together. Brother Ma, what do you think of my Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality? Can I put it in the newspaper? Ma Zhou said, awkwardly, ahem, of course. This Ma has also read this novel. Although the beginning is a little plain from the last few chapters, this Ma has never heard of the huge world built in this novel and the cultivation system mentioned in the book. This Ma is simply unheard of. It is really too novel. I believe that when the time comes, there will be many people who will like to read it. Li Zishuan said proudly, of course, the story will only get more and more interesting. Brother Ma, you definitely won't be able to imagine it. Then when the novel is published, will the author write your name, Lord Ju? Ma Zhou suddenly thought of a very important question. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and smiled. There's no need to write my real name. I'll give myself a pen name. In the future, everyone who contributes can give themselves a pen name. My pen name will be Leather Knight. At the same time, he said silently in his heart, Master Forgetful, I'm sorry. I'll just copy this novel from you. I'll copy someone else's next one. Don't mind me. I'll be taking your novel to the Tang Dynasty. You're welcome. Ma Zhou's face was full of doubts and asked, Lord Ju, what's the meaning of the 3 words Leather Knight? Li Zishuan looked up. His gaze seemed to penetrate the roof, through the sky, and rushed out of the horizon. He sighed deeply and said, This is because I miss a person, a very great person. Without him, perhaps I wouldn't be who I am now. 2017. In a small rented house in Tiandu, a failed web novel author was crazily typing in front of the computer. Behind the Word document, there was clearly a program code that he had just finished running. Suddenly, he sneezed 3 times. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Suddenly, the computer screen was full of saliva. He took a piece of tissue paper to wipe the computer and cursed, F***CK. It must be that old woman, the landlord, scolding me again. I just told her to pay the rent a few days later. Did she have to do this? Li Mansion. When Ma Zhou heard Li Zishuan's strange words, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't Lord Ju's father called Li Jingma and his mother called Yi Yuzhu? There isn't anyone called Leather Knight. Then why did Lord Ju say that without Leather Knight, there wouldn't be him? Could it be? Ma Zhou suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. Pa! Li Zishuan saw this and slammed the table. He said angrily, What are you thinking? When my master was alive, he said that he liked the 3 words Leather Knight very much. Ma Zhou was obviously thinking the wrong way. Li Zishuan had no choice but to make up an excuse to avoid any trouble. Ma Zhou replied with an, half believing and half doubting. Then, seeing that he had achieved all his goals today, he proposed to leave. Li Zishuan waved his hand, helplessly, telling this bastard with a big brain to scram. Chapter 180. Jinda, Jijia, pharmacist. Jingda, why are you all here? The afternoon of the 2nd day, Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and Yuqi Jingda arrived at the Qin manor, giving Qin Xiong a fright. Ha! Second brother, We heard that Xiaoxian was going to give you a blood transfusion, so we wanted to come and observe. Cheng Yaojin smiled happily. Among them, he had the deepest relationship with Qin Xiong. They were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Thinking that there was hope for his good brother's illness, Cheng Yaojin felt even better than killing hundreds of enemies. That's right. I've never heard of such a strange thing like stealing blood to save people. Today, I'm here to broaden my horizons and see if this method can be used in the army in the future. Shu Bao, please don't blame me for coming uninvited. Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled reservedly. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said, "Pharmacist, you're treating me like an outsider. Come in and sit. Housekeeper, serve tea." The group sat down in the front hall under Qin Xiong's instructions. Maids and servants came to serve tea. Madame Qin also knew that Li Zixuan was coming today to treat her husband, so she waited in the front hall. Yu Qigong took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Xiong and asked, "Shu Bao, your complexion looks much better than usual. Can you still get on a horse and fight?" Compared to half a month ago, Qin Shu Bao's complexion was indeed much better. At the very least, he looked more like a healthy, normal person. Qin Xiong waved his hand and said with a smile, "Jingda is joking. Although I can move freely now, but if I get on a horse to fight, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to do so. I can't compare to Jingda. Jia, you two have great martial strength." Niu Jinda comforted him. "Shu, Bao has been on a horse all his life. It's good that he can live peacefully. Now that my Tang Empire is going to be peaceful, Shu Bao can stay at home and enjoy life. Isn't that a good thing in life?" Cheng Yaojin also patted his chest and said, "Yes, yes, yes, I can fight in the war. Second brother, you can't fight with me." Qin Xiong shook his head. He looked to the north and sighed. The Turks in the north have yet to be wiped out. How can this old man retire at home in peace? Li Jing frowned and said, "Shu Bao, you don't have to be too worried. The Turks aren't united. Last year, they took advantage of our great Tang's internal weakness to send their troops to the Wei River. As long as we prepare for war for 2 years, we won't be afraid of the Turks." "Master, Daoist Sun and Daoist Li are here." At this moment, a servant came in and cupped his hands. Qin Xiong stood up and said excitedly, "Please, please." A moment later, Li Zixuan and Sun Simiao walked in together. Behind Sun Simiao was Hu Jingjing. Li Zixuan had also asked the young lady at the door. Hu Hanyan and Hu Guiyuan's injuries had all been treated, and they had already returned home. They had originally wanted to go to the Li family to kowtow and thank Li Zixuan for his kindness, but Li Zixuan had been in class at the time, so they gave up on the idea. After the few people in the room greeted Sun Simiao, Cheng Yaojin began to scold Li Zixuan. "Good lad, you made all of us wait for you. You're getting more and more arrogant." Li Zixuan cupped his hands and apologized. "Please forgive me, uncles. I was late because I had to prepare some things. I didn't think it through." Li Jing stroked his beard and smiled. "Jijia, don't scare children. As long as you can cure Shu Bao's illness, what's wrong with us waiting for a while?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Jing and cupped his hands in puzzlement. "May I ask who this uncle is?" In his opinion, the person who could sit here and chat with Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong must be a big shot, so he asked. Niu Jinda pointed at Li Zixuan and said with a smile, "You don't even know the famous pharmacist Li." Li Zixuan was surprised. He didn't expect to meet such an awesome person. He hurriedly bowed and said, "It turns out to be the Tang Empire's military god. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Generally..." Li Jing's face changed slightly. He waved his hand and forced a smile. "Military god, don't talk nonsense. You can also call me uncle like you called Jijian Shubao. Li Zishuan hurriedly called him Uncle Li again. Li Jing said, Xiaoxian, go and treat Shubao. I'm just here to watch the fun. Don't waste time here. Li Zishuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, yes. At this time, Sun Simiao had already checked Qin Xiong's pulse. Li Zishuan stood aside and waited for the results. He greeted Mrs. Qin with his eyes. Mrs. Qin gave him a kind smile. Half an hour later, Sun Simiao stood up and sighed to everyone. General Qin's internal injuries are gradually getting better. However, the qi and blood he lost in the early years has not been completely recovered. It has been a long time since the last time I checked his pulse. I'm afraid that less than 10% of it has been recovered. General Qin is approaching middle age, and his qi and blood are not as vigorous as a young man's. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover all the qi and blood he lost through the power of the medicine. Everyone's face darkened, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Sun Simiao looked at Li Zishuan and continued, Xiaoxian, let's try your life-prolonging skill. Cheng Yaojin agreed. Yes. Xiaoxian, let's draw blood. See if my blood is suitable. Sir Li, please see if my blood is suitable. At this time, the housekeeper of Qin's mansion, who was waiting on the side, bowed and begged. Lord Li, please take a look and see if our blood is compatible. Suddenly, there was a roar of nearly 100 people outside the house. Qin Xiong and the others turned pale with fright. They hurriedly walked to the door and saw nearly 100 Qin clan generals neatly lined up in 10 rows. Everyone cupped their fists and knelt on one knee. This was standard military etiquette. The news that Li Zishuan was going to give Qin Xiong a blood transfusion had already spread among the servants of Qin's mansion. Correspondingly, they already knew about the theory that Li Zishuan had mentioned last time. How could they not help when their master was in trouble? Moreover, most of them had accompanied Qin Xiong in his early years and fought all over the world. Later, because of the battles, they were left with disabilities. Qin Xiong saw that some of them were lonely and had no one to rely on, so he took them in as his family soldiers. After so many years, he had been supporting them. Therefore, their feelings for Qin Xiong were deeper than anyone else's. Moreover, according to Li Zishuan, taking a little blood wouldn't kill anyone. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, Qin Xiong felt as if he had returned to the battlefield. These were all brothers who would die for him. At this moment, he couldn't help but tear up. Zhuang Qi, what do you want to do by bringing them here? Hurry up and go back. Family head, Zhuang Qi, did everything I did today willingly. If it wasn't for you, I would have starved to death on the side of the road. Now that you are in trouble, forget about taking a bit of my blood. Even if you want my life, I'm willing. The leader, Zhuang Qi, clasped his fists at Qin Xiong and said loudly, Yes, Master, we are all willing. We are all willing. Lord Li, please draw my blood. I have the most blood. When the other family soldiers heard Zhuang Qi's words, they all shouted out. In an instant, the front yard of Qin's mansion was filled with roars. Li Zishuan was also moved by the brotherhood on the battlefield. Just as he was about to step out and persuade Qin Xiong, he heard a heroic laugh from outside the door. Ha! It is said that men on the battlefield are loyal. The family soldiers of Qin's mansion are all indomitable and loyal men. Please support me with a legal subscription. The author is about to vomit blood. Chapter 181. Following this forthright laugh, Li Er, dressed in a bright yellow uniform, strode in with large strides. Everyone was shocked and knelt down. Your Majesty. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. Rise, ha, Shu Bao, I heard from Qin Ke that Li Zixuan is going to give you a blood transfusion this afternoon, so I came to take a look. Shu Bao, you won't mind me being an uninvited guest, right? Qin Xiong bowed. I wouldn't dare. Qin Xiong was both gratified and happy that Li Er had personally come to see him. He had stayed out of the Xuanwu Gate incident last year because he did not want to participate in the tragedy of killing his brother and seizing the throne. It had nothing to do with his position. He had always been on Li Er's side. But from the rewards of the officials after the incident at Xianwu Gate, everyone thought that Qin Xiong had lost the favor of the emperor and would no longer be valued. Usually, only Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda, these former battle brothers, were willing to come to the Qin Fu. Now that Li Er came out of the palace to see Qin Xiong, to a certain extent, it dispelled some of the rumors. Qin Xiong didn't care about these rumors, but he was still happy that Li Er came to see him personally. Ha! Don't just stand there. Continue. Don't delay Shu Bao's treatment because of me. Li Er didn't rush everyone to do what they were supposed to do. Li Zixuan looked and said to Qin Xiong, Uncle Qin, since these men are willing to donate blood for you, why don't we start the blood test first? I said before that taking a small amount of blood is not harmful to the human body, but beneficial. I'm willing to use my life to guarantee this. Qin Xiong patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said, I believe you. Then he looked at the group of family generals in front of him and said loudly, All of you, get up. This old man owes you a favor today. Zhuang Qi stood up and grinned. Family head, you're too serious. Li Zixuan had them stand in a row, but he didn't need so many people. He planned to let them leave once he found a suitable blood type. He first used a porcelain bottle to take the blood of the 10 people and put their names on the bottle. Then he took it back and tested it with Qin Xiong's blood. After a while, the results came out. Uncle Qin, Zhuang Qi, and Mei Wenhua have the same blood type as you. You can use their blood. Li Er and the others watched from the side and clicked their tongues in wonder, but did not interrupt. In the courtyard, Zhuang Qi heard Li Zixuan's words and immediately grinned proudly. Ha! You're so uncultured. Don't fight with me this time. Lord Li, you can just use my blood. Your uncultured body is not as strong as mine. A lame veteran in the first row was immediately unhappy. He scolded, Zhuang Laoqi, your F*king, looking down on us veterans. If you're not convinced, come out and fight with me. Qin Xiong could not help but scold. All of you, shut up. Don't be rude in front of His Majesty. Immediately, the two of them quieted down. Li Er waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. He had been in the army for a long time and was already used to such fights. Li Zixuan and Sun Simiao looked at each other and stepped forward. Uncle Qin, just use Zhuang Qi's blood. You can ask the others to leave. Mei Wenhua was indeed a little old. His own blood production ability was not enough. If he gave Qin Xiong blood, he would probably be finished. Qin Xiong nodded and shouted, Zhuang Qi, step forward. The rest of you can leave. Master, Mei Wenhua still wanted to fight for it, but he was glared at by Qin Xiong. Everyone came to a bedroom. Sun Simiao went forward to check Zhuang Qi's pulse to see if he was healthy and if he had any medical history. This was what Li Zixuan had told him when he came. He could not let Qin Xiong get infected after the blood transfusion and have other diseases. Zhuang Qi obediently allowed himself to be checked. His expression did not reveal any impatience. After a while, Sun Simiao nodded at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan ordered Zhuang Qi to lie on the bed. He also asked someone to bring a cushion for Qin Xiong to lie on the ground. This strange arrangement shocked Zhuang Qi. He quickly stood up and said that he wanted to lie on the ground and let Qin Xiong lie on the bed. Li Zishuan slapped him. If they really lay down like that, who would be the one to transfuse blood in the end? After the two of them were in position, Li Zishuan asked them to roll up their sleeves. He picked up the cotton swab, which was actually a ball of steamed, coarse cloth tied to the front of a thin stick. In this era, cotton was still a rare ornamental flower. It was not popularized as a crop. Li Zishuan could not find cotton in a short time, so he could only do this. He dipped the cotton swab in alcohol and smeared it on the two people's arms. Suddenly, an unusually strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Cheng Yaojin sniffed hard. He was so greedy that his saliva almost flowed out. He thought to himself, "This kid is not honest. He has such a good thing, and yet he is still hiding it." Although Li Zishuan liked to drink, he was more concerned about the purpose of Li Zishuan's action. He thought for a long time, but still could not figure it out. He could not help but frown deeply. Sun Simiao did not have any scruples. He directly asked, "Xiao Xian, what do you mean by smearing alcohol on their arms?" As Li Zishuan busied himself, he replied, "It's disinfecting. There are some small bugs on the surface of a person's skin that can't be seen with the naked eye. This strong liquor can kill them. In fact, when someone was injured in the army, their wound would become infected because of these small bugs in the air." Although Sun Simiao did not know what air was, he understood the general meaning. He nodded thoughtfully. Li Jing's eyes lit up. He could not help but ask, if this kind of alcohol is used in the military, can it greatly reduce the death of injured soldiers? Li Zishuan nodded and said, "In theory it can." Li Jing looked at Li Er excitedly. Li Er nodded at him, indicating that they should finish treating Qin Xiong's illness first. After disinfecting, Li Zishuan found the blood vessels on Zhuang Qi's arm. Looking at the thick needle, he gritted his teeth and stabbed it in. Zhuang Qi's body trembled, but he did not cry out in pain. Li Zishuan waited for the air in the needle to be exhausted. Then, he inserted the other end of the needle into Qin Xiong's arm. Because of the difference in height, the blood slowly flowed through the needle into Qin Xiong's body. Everyone in the room held their breaths and stared at the blood flowing through the needle. They were witnessing the first case of blood transfusion in human history. Gradually, Qin Xiong fell asleep with a satisfied expression. Li Zishuan stared at the hourglass on the table. After a while, he nodded at Sun Simiao. The two went forward to remove the needles from Qin Xiong's arm and used cotton swabs dipped in alcohol to press on the wound. Then Li Zishuan stood up and started to pack up the tools. Of course, Mrs. Qin went forward to press on the wound on Qin Xiong's arm. As for Zhuang Qi, he acted as if nothing had happened. After pressing for a while, he threw away the cotton swabs. Instead, he sniffed his arm for a while and muttered, "Good wine." A few old soldiers in the room gently carried Qin Xiong to the bed. They saw that his breathing was even and he was sleeping soundly. He was not awakened by the commotion outside. Mrs. Qin stood to the side, happily wiping away her tears. Sun Simiao went forward to check Qin Xiong's pulse again. After a while, he smiled and nodded at Mrs. Qin. This was clearly not the place to talk. After Mrs. Qin reacted, she apologetically called Li Er and the others to the front hall for tea. Li Zishuan wanted to leave after packing up, but Yuqi Jingda picked him up like an eagle grabbing a little chick and brought him to the front hall. Chapter 182. Li Zishuan, can this strong liquor really prevent the wound from getting infected and suppurating, as you said? In the main hall of Qin's mansion, Li Er sat alone in the seat of honor, while the others sat below in an orderly manner. Li Zixuan was tired for a long time and finally sat down to rest. When he heard Lier's question, he really did not want to move, so he directly sat on the stool and cupped his hands to Lier. Indeed, when my teacher treated the wounds of the farmers who were bitten by wild beasts, he would use strong liquor to disinfect them. If your Majesty does not believe me, you can test it in the Imperial Medical Department first. Lier nodded. Li Jing then stood up and cupped his hands to Lier. This old subject earnestly requests your Majesty to introduce this method of disinfection into the army. Every year, the death rate of wounded soldiers in the army is as high as 70%. Many good men did not die on the battlefield, but died from infection. This old subject is truly distressed. Lier quickly said, I also understand the situation that the pharmacist mentioned. Li Zixuan, how much of this strong liquor do you have in your winery? He wanted to directly take the method of brewing the strong liquor into the imperial court's possession. After all, this strong liquor had become an extremely important strategic resource in terms of its effect. However, there were still shares of the Chung family in it. If he did so, it would not look good. Li Zixuan suddenly had a good premonition. He felt as if he was being targeted by a tiger. He cautiously said, Your Majesty, this strong liquor has no other use except for disinfection. Therefore, the winery only has a few bottles. I made it on the spot. Lier stared and said, What do you mean by no other use except for disinfection? You really don't know the severity of the situation. Just by disinfection, you can save the lives of many good men in the Tang Empire. He shook his head and muttered, Can this liquor be brewed in large quantities and supplied to the army? Li Zixuan thought for a while and asked, How much of this disinfection liquor does the Tang Empire need every year? Lier did not know this. He looked at Li Jing and threw the question out. Li Jing was also a little confused. He knew how many injured soldiers there were every year, but how would he know how much strong liquor was needed? There are about 15,000 injured soldiers in the army every year. Little Xian, calculate how much hard liquor you need. Li Jing could only throw the question to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan calculated carefully. After a while, he said, Your Majesty, I have roughly calculated that the army needs to store about 600 liters of liquor every year to ensure that it is enough. Lier nodded and slapped the table, saying, Good. Then your winery will provide 600 liters of hard liquor to the Ministry of War every year. As for the price, Li Zixuan rushed to say, At least 8 rounds per liter. Lier was so angry that he almost slammed the table. Nonsense! You have the nerve to earn money from saving the lives of those soldiers. Li Zixuan felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, this is really the cost price. This disinfection liquor is more than twice as strong as the immortal drunken wine. Think about it. The immortal drunken wine is already sold for 5 rounds per liter. If you sell it for less than 8 rounds per liter, I will really go bankrupt. What he said was not entirely a lie. In modern times, alcohol was indeed very cheap, but industrial alcohol was generally obtained through chemical synthesis, not through fermentation and distillation of grains. In the Tang Dynasty, 8 rounds per liter of medical alcohol was really not expensive. Lier said angrily, Nonsense! How can this little liquor make you go bankrupt? Don't be unreasonable. 6 rounds per liter. Li Zixuan almost vomited blood. This Lier was really not a good person. He was a robber, a robber. Chung Yaojin stood up and snorted, Your Majesty, the cost of this liquor is indeed very high. 6 rounds per liter is really going to be a loss. The Chung family had shares in this winery, so of course Chung Yaojin would jump out and complain. Li Er saw that Cheng Yaojin was also pretending to be pitiful, and he suddenly had nowhere to vent his anger. Fine, 8 rounds per liter it is. If you dare to cut corners, I will teach you a lesson. Li Er flicked his sleeves and left. All the big shots had seen what they wanted to see, and Qin Xiong was now sleeping. It was not appropriate for them to stay any longer, so they all said their goodbyes. Only Li Zixuan, Sun Simiao, and Cheng Yaojin were still there. Sun Simiao looked at Madame Qin and said, General Qin's pulse is stable, and his body is no different from a normal person. Madame Qin, please don't worry. Madame Qin sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Sun Simiao waved his hand, looked at Li Zixuan, and said, Xiaoxian, I have never heard of the small insects in the air that you mentioned. Can you tell me in detail some other day? Chinese medicine, focused on the 5 qi and 6 qi, the balance of yin and yang, and the integration of heaven and man. Li Zixuan's theories had really broken Sun Simiao's understanding of medicine. He seemed to have seen the door of a new world waving at him. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Of course. If you want to hear from me one day, I will tell you everything. In fact, these small things that can't be seen with the naked, I can be seen with some tools. When I make this tool in the future, I will invite you to come and see it together. Sun Simiao said in surprise, There is such a strange thing? That's great. As the saying goes, hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. If you can really make that kind of tool one day, you must send someone to inform me. Even if I'm thousands of miles away, I must rush back to take a look. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I will definitely inform you. Only then did Sun Simiao say goodbye with satisfaction. Who actually helped Sun Simiao carry the medicine box obediently. She smiled sweetly at Li Zixuan and waved goodbye. Then she turned around and left with Sun Simiao. When Li Zixuan saw that everyone had left, he also wanted to say goodbye. However, he heard Madame Qin say, Xiaoxian, don't be in a hurry to leave. Auntie has something to say to you. Li Zixuan stopped and respectfully said, Auntie, please go ahead. Madame Qin said with a smile, Why are you still standing? Sit down. Sit down and talk. Li Zixuan obeyed and sat down. Cheng Yaojin was about to leave, but when he heard Madame Qin ask him to stay, he sat down with Li Zixuan. Madame Li looked at Li Zixuan and couldn't help but say with emotion, Xiaoxian, your Uncle Qin's illness is all thanks to you. Otherwise, Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and interrupted, Auntie Qin, please don't say that. The Qin and Li families are like family. This is what I should do. Madame Qin smiled happily and said, You are right. I heard that you are going to marry Yushi. This girl is my adopted daughter. From now on, our 2 families will really be one family. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. At this time, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and laughed. No wonder you are so good to Han Tianhu. It turns out that you are interested in his daughter. You are so cunning. Li Zixuan's forehead was full of black lines. Did this old guy even know how to speak properly? Chapter 183. When Mrs. Qin heard Cheng Yaojin's nonsense, she glared at him angrily. Cheng Yaojin often chatted and laughed with Qin Xiong, but he still had some respect for this sister-in-law. Sensing Mrs. Qin's angry gaze, Cheng Yaojin laughed awkwardly. Then he consciously removed his left hand from Li Zixuan's shoulder and returned to his seat. Mrs. Qin smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Li Zixuan and said with a loving expression, Between you and Yushi, one is Auntie's nephew and can be considered a talent. The other is my adopted daughter and is also naturally beautiful. You 2 are a match made in heaven. Auntie is very happy that the two of you can be together. Yushi, this girl, her mother passed away early and is also a pitiful child. Our Chin family can be considered half of her family now. I love her very much. In the future, you can't bully that girl. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Sweat. Li Zishuan finally remembered that Mrs. Chin could be considered half of his mother-in-law. He hurriedly cupped his hands and promised, "Don't worry, Auntie. Yushi and I are truly in love. After we get married, I'll only love and dote on her. I won't dare to bully her." Mrs. Chin heard this and beamed with joy. "Haha, that's a good boy." Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Li Zishuan finally left the Chin family. Although Mrs. Chin was only half of his mother-in-law, she wasn't easy to deal with. Li Zishuan's ears almost grew calluses from listening to her nagging. When Cheng Yaojin left, he gave him a hand and walked out of the Chin family. "Ha! How are you going to thank me this time?" On the street, Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zishuan and laughed loudly. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "This time I have to thank Uncle Cheng properly. Otherwise, our winery would have to pay at least 1,000 strings of coins for the 600 liters of liquor His Majesty ordered." "Haha, of course. Kid, you have to treat me to a good drink on your wedding day. Use the liquor you disinfected Shu Bao today." Cheng Yaojin laughed proudly. There were only a few people in the Tang Empire who could face Li Zishuan directly. Li Zishuan almost knelt down when he heard Cheng Yaojin's words. "Boss, you dare to drink medical alcohol? You must be tired of living." Uncle Cheng, you can't drink this disinfectant liquor. You have to tell His Majesty to strictly forbid the soldiers from drinking disinfectant liquor. This stuff can kill people." Li Zishuan said solemnly. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten to tell Li Er about this matter. Most of the heroes in the army loved to drink. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be drunkards who had designs on this medical alcohol. If this person didn't die on the battlefield and instead died of alcohol poisoning, then Li Zishuan's sin would be great. Hearing how serious his words were, Cheng Yaojin stopped smiling and asked, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely." "All right, I believe you. Your worries aren't unfounded. I will write a letter to His Majesty tomorrow to clarify this matter." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Uncle Cheng." Li Residence, West Courtyard. "Xiaoxi, come over quickly." Li Zishuan saw Xiaoxi holding a piece of cloth and looking like she was going to the front courtyard. So he quickly called out, "Young master, what's the matter?" Since they were outdoors, Xiaoxi wasn't worried that Li Zishuan would do something beastly in broad daylight. Thus, she quickly walked over and asked, "Xiaoxi, what did the Taoist priests say when my mother went to the Taoist temple this morning?" Although there was a legitimate reason, cheating wasn't something to be proud of. Li Zishuan asked softly. Xiaoxi smiled and replied, "Young master, so you are still worried about this matter? Don't worry. Xiaoxi secretly gave the Taoist priest 200 coins when old madam wasn't paying attention. Afterwards, the Taoist priest told old madam that young master and young madam are a match made in heaven. Young madam is a blessing for her husband. After marrying her, young master will definitely be promoted, and the Li family will have many children and grandchildren." Old madam was overjoyed. When old madam came back, she said that she will go to the Han family tomorrow. After a few days, she will set an auspicious date, and young master will be able to get married officially. "Yeah, that's great. Xiaoxi, you did well. When I, young master, get married, you will be greatly rewarded." "Ha ha." Li Zishuan resisted the urge to carry Xiaoxi and twirl her around. He could only clap his hands and laugh excitedly. "Xiaoxian, who is this Xiaoming?" Big brother, I must beat this son of a bitch to death. The next morning, Li Zixuan had just finished teaching everyone and was preparing to go home for lunch when Cheng Chumo chased after him from behind and asked angrily. Li Zixuan was confused by the question and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Bah, this kid is really hateful. Look at him pouring water into the pond and then pouring water out. Does this son of a bitch have nothing better to do? Isn't he making things difficult for me? Old Cheng? Also, this kid is always forgetful. He even forgot to bring his things to school. It's fine if he went back to take his things, but he actually asked me, 'Old Cheng, when will he meet his mother?' How the hell am I supposed to know? Also, you see," Cheng Chumo pointed at the few math problems that Li Zixuan had said in the textbook and kept complaining about Xiao Ming's crimes. Looking at this guy's crazy look, he was probably tortured by these few problems. Li Zixuan was sweating profusely in his heart. Why was this idiot's brain always wired differently from other people? Wasn't it because he wanted to save time and effort when he was setting the questions? So he directly changed all the application questions to Xiao Ming. Does this guy have to be like this? Uffed. Ha, Chonyo, how can you understand it like this? Xiao Ming is just a code name. The reason why Mr. set this problem is to let us learn how to solve this kind of problem, not to let you care about who the problem is. Qin Huayu, who was following behind, heard Cheng Chumo's funny words and couldn't help but help Li Zixuan to explain with a smile. Li Zixuan gave this guy a kick. He said, unhappily, "Did you hear what Huayu said? You don't think about proper things and only think about crooked ways. If you continue like this, I'll pay a home visit to the Cheng residence and talk to Uncle Cheng about your recent studies." Although Cheng Chumo didn't know what a home visit meant, he roughly understood after hearing the second half of the sentence. He immediately jumped up and said, F***CK. Xiao Xian, are you still my brother? How can you do something so immoral? What? You can't win a battle of words, so you want to fight? Come. We brothers haven't sparred in a long time. F***CK. Only an idiot would spar with you. After following Li Zixuan for so long, this guy already knew how to call him an idiot. Cheng Chumo was really afraid that Li Zixuan would want to spar with him, so he immediately ran away after saying that. Chapter 184. At noon, Li Zixuan finished his meal and prepared to go back to the west courtyard to take a nap. This guy was more carefree than some of the modern civil servants. He only worked half a day and rested for 2 days every 5 days. There was no one else like him. Perhaps even Li Er's quality of life was not as good as his. As soon as he arrived at the west courtyard, he saw Lan following him. Li Zixuan rubbed his head with a headache. With this little devil around, how could he sleep at noon? Lan, what's the matter? Yes. Lan quickly nodded. The little girl looked around and then mysteriously pushed Li Zixuan into the room. She hurriedly asked, "Brother, have you noticed anything wrong with Iron Egg recently?" Li Zixuan patted his clothes that were messed up by his little sister's pushing and shoving. When he heard this boring question, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What could be wrong? Of course there is. Brother, as a master, why don't you care about your disciple at all? Li Zixuan said angrily, "How do you know that I don't care? Don't I check on his progress every day?" No, I'm saying that you don't care about Iron Egg's inner feelings. Li Zixuan was a little confused by Lan Er's words. He asked impatiently, "Lan what do you want to say? Just say it." "Humph, you're really unqualified as a master. Haven't you noticed that Iron Egg has become more and more silent recently? He even talks to me less often." Lan pouted and said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "Isn't this normal? Iron Egg has to practice and go to school. How can he have so much time to chat with you? That's not it. Iron Egg used to practice and go to school, but every afternoon after class, he would come to play with Lon. But recently, after Iron Egg came back, he didn't look for Lon anymore. Brother, go and check on Iron Egg at night. What I said is true. Lon said anxiously. The more Li Zixuan listened to his little sister, the more mysterious she became. But in order to avoid being pestered, he could only agree. Okay. I'll go and take a look tonight. Hee, thank you, brother. Lon smiled sweetly. Li Zixuan's heart melted when he heard that. He thought to himself that his little sister was becoming more and more coquettish. After Lon achieved her goal, she did not cause any more trouble in the west courtyard. Li Zixuan's ears finally had some peace. He moved the recliner to the entrance where he could feel the cool breeze. Then he put on the eye mask that he asked Xiao Shi to sew for him and laid down on the recliner, taking a beautiful afternoon nap. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zixuan felt a few drops of cold water dripping on his face. He subconsciously wiped his face, thinking that it was raining. He instantly woke up and saw Lon holding a dripping towel, laughing mischievously beside him. Oh, Lon, didn't I just promise you? What else do you want? Stop fooling around. Let me sleep for a while more. Li Zixuan was about to throw a tantrum when his afternoon nap was interrupted. However, when he saw his little sister's innocent smile, his temper instantly died down. However, he still said unwillingly, Brother, don't sleep anymore. Faubert sent someone over to say that the new car you asked for is ready. Quickly accompany Lon to sit in the beautiful new car. Lon grabbed Li Zixuan's arm and kept shaking it. She was like a little sparrow chirping in Li Zixuan's ear. Li Zixuan was just thinking that if Lon was still here, he would tell her a ghost story to scare her away. However, when he heard that the new car was ready, he immediately sat up and said excitedly, Lon, where's the new car? Has it been sent over? It's still in the workshop. Faubert said that he wants you to go over and see if there's anything that needs to be changed. Brother, bring Lon along. Previously, Li Zixuan had told her about the new car a few times. According to Li Zixuan's description, Lon had always been looking forward to the new car. Now that she heard that the new car was ready, how could she hold herself back? Li Zixuan laughed heartily and stood up. He rubbed Lon's head and said with a smile, All right, I'll bring you along. Ignoring Lon's cheers behind him, Li Zixuan went out and asked Xiao Shi to get a basin of water to wash his face. He instantly felt refreshed. Sanbao brought by over. Li Zixuan carried Lon and got on the horse. He laughed loudly and said, Let's go look at the car. Hee, I can't afford a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Ferrari in the modern era. Then I'll make my own luxury car in the Tang Dynasty. Li Zixuan thought proudly in his heart, accompanied by the clatter of the horses' hooves on the ground. The siblings arrived at the workshop in a short while. When they walked into the workshop, they saw a huge four-wheeled carriage that was about 12 feet long and 3 feet wide. The sides of the carriage were angular, and there were some exquisite carvings. The dark red paint on it gave people a sense of low-key luxury compared to the current 4-foot-long and 2-foot-wide ordinary carriage. This luxury car looked like a huge beast from afar. Moreover, it had 4 wheels, so it looked more stable. Li Zixuan was very satisfied just by looking at its appearance. Only then did he have the time to look around the carriage. He discovered that other than Uncle Fu, Yan Xiaoning had also come today. This guy had not been seen for a while, so he did not know where he went. Hey, Brother Xiaoning is here today. It's rare. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother Shouning, how have you been? Li Zishuan held Lan Er's hand and walked over quickly to greet Yen Shouning. Yen Shouning said with a bitter face, "The workshop has been so lively recently. Of course, I wanted to come and take a look. However, some time ago, His Majesty ordered the Ministry of Works to mass-produce curved plows and promote them to other provinces and counties. The Ministry of Works is short of manpower. My father recruited temporary craftsmen from the public and took me to be a supervisor. I was released today and heard that you made something good, so I came to take a look." Li Zishuan looked at this poor kid sympathetically and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Ha, it's good that you're here. You're the technical director of our workshop. Without you, our workshop's progress has slowed down a lot." Yen Shouning's mechanical talent was undeniable. He was even better than Faubert. In the future, he could become a god. With such an awesome engineer, Li Zishuan was very assured about the workshop's future development. Yen Shouning could not help but roll his eyes. He had just jumped out of the pit that his father had dug for him. Why did he feel that he had jumped into Li Zishuan's pit? This kid was obviously treating him as a coolie. However, he still had 10% of the workshop's shares. This counted as working for himself, right? Yen Shouning's mood improved a little when he thought of this. He was too lazy to care about Li Zishuan. He came over and pulled Lan. He smiled gently and said, "Let's go, Sister Lan. Brother Shouning will take you to see the new carriage." Okay. The two of them jumped directly into the carriage. Li Zishuan was immediately stunned and hurriedly cried out, "Hey, this is my carriage." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after them. Chapter 185. After entering the carriage, Li Zishuan looked at the interior furnishings. Even though this was designed by him, he was still shocked. He saw 2 single sofas placed on both sides of a small long table. Due to the hot weather recently, Faubert specially placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make it look cooler. Li Zishuan secretly praised Faubert's quick-wittedness. Behind the long table, there was a long sofa. It was about 2 feet wide and 8 feet long. It looked like it was just enough for one person to rest on. If there were 2 people, then they could only lie on top of each other. Li Zishuan suddenly had an unhealthy thought in his mind. Faubert was quite thoughtful. He even placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make people want to lie on top of it and sleep. In the innermost part of the carriage, there were 2 compartments side by side. Li Zishuan pushed open the door and looked inside. He found that one was the bathroom, and the other was the water storage room. The water storage room's container was a large rectangular iron can. It looked like it was specially designed to save space. The iron can could store about 70 to 80 pounds of water. There was an iron pipe at the bottom of the iron can. There was a simple switch at the top of the iron pipe. Although it was not as professional as the modern faucets, its functions were similar. TSK, perfect, too perfect. Li Zishuan looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the lack of air conditioning, sound system, and electric lights, the interior of the carriage was perfect. It was simply a must-have for traveling with a family. Oh my God, Xiaoxian, you have sinned. Such a luxurious carriage. Only a rich person like you can enjoy it. Yen Shouning couldn't help but exclaim while touching the sofa and the window. Brother, Lan'er will sleep here tonight. Lan'er seemed to have discovered a new world. She lay on the sofa and rolled around while laughing happily. Li Zishuan was speechless. This girl was really a little overlord. "Young master, is there anything else that needs to be changed in this carriage?" At this moment, Falbert had also boarded the carriage. He chuckled at Lisa Schwan. Lisa Schwan waved his hand in satisfaction. No need, Falbert. I'm very satisfied with this carriage. Let's pull it back now and see if it's comfortable to run on. Falbert nodded and said, All right, this old man will go and saddle the young master. 15 minutes later, Dabai was able to pull this massive object with the strength of a single horse under the astonished gazes of the workers in the workshop. The wheels of the carriage began to roll slowly, and it spun faster and faster. Dabai snorted joyfully, indicating that it was so easy. Falbert arranged for a worker from the workshop to sit in front of the carriage and drive the horses. He also sat in the carriage with Lisa Schwan to feel the performance of the new carriage when it ran. Wow, little Xian, how come this car doesn't feel bumpy at all? This is too amazing. Or has the roads in Chang and become so flat? Yen Xiaoning nestled comfortably on the sofa and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the tea on the table didn't spill. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he didn't feel any bumpiness at all. Lisa Schwan drank a mouthful of water contentedly and smiled proudly. Of course, it's because our carriage is good. Don't you know what the roads in Chang and are like? What do you think? Little brother's carriage is awesome, right? Yen Xiaoning said excitedly. Awesome. Of course it's awesome. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Won't you understand when you go back to the workshop later and ask Falbert to look at the blueprint? Lisa Schwan didn't want to explain it to Yen Xiaoning again. He was busy right now. Busy with what? Isn't this nonsense? Look, that young lady outside the carriage window is so pretty. Most importantly, she's wearing very thin clothes. Unfortunately, Big White's speed was too fast. Lisa Schwan was only able to catch a glimpse of her chest and couldn't see it anymore. Inside the carriage, Falbert saw Yen Xiaoning's unsatisfied look and explained with a smile, Young Master Yen, some special shock absorbers have been added to the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, the sofa we're sitting on is also very useful for shock absorption. As for the detailed structure of the interior, you can only go back to the workshop to look at the blueprint. Hearing this, Yen Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully. Wow, husband, look at that carriage. Why is it so tall and so big? A white-clothed lady in her 20s saw the huge carriage that just passed by in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled the man beside her and exclaimed, It's really big. I've never seen such a huge carriage before. Husband, should our family buy a carriage like this too? Otherwise, you'll have to accompany me back home every year. It'll be so hard on you. The man was speechless. He wanted to say that it wasn't hard on him, but looking at his wife's pleading face, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He hurriedly nodded and agreed. The pretty lady in white cheered happily. She leaned over to the man's ear and whispered, Husband, you're so nice. I'll change my style of serving you tonight. The man stiffened slightly to show his respect. He looked excited and laughed. Look, such a big carriage can be pulled by only one horse. It's really amazing. Unlike the cheating couple, this person who spoke was obviously slightly knowledgeable. Yes, not only that, you see, this carriage actually has 4 wheels. It's really stable when it runs. It doesn't feel like it's swaying at all. TSK, this carriage's appearance is so beautiful. I wonder where it's sold. I really want to buy one. Squire Wang is really generous. This carriage isn't something that ordinary people like us can afford. This carriage came from an Elaine. Maybe it was made by the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Oh, then it's really sold. That's great. Lisa Schwan and the others sat in the new carriage and left under the envious eyes of the passers-by. Suddenly, Bah, whose carriage is so arrogant that it choked me with a mouthful of dust. Damn, this carriage's size is too coquettish. There's actually such an arrogant person in Chang, and hey, the carriage in front. Stop. Chung Chumo, who had just returned home after class, was caught off guard by the rolling carriage on the roadside. He choked on the dust and was instantly furious. There was actually someone more arrogant than him in Chang, and he immediately ran wildly and chased after the carriage, shouting all the way, "It's Virgo!" Yen shouting stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Then he turned back and said to Li Zishuan, "Damn, Yen shouting, it's you. Stop the carriage quickly. I'm going to rob you. This carriage is mine." Chung Chumo's eyes were sharp. He recognized Yen shouting the moment he stuck his head out of the window. He immediately shouted like a bandit. In the carriage, Li Zishuan was speechless. He shouted outside, "Stop the carriage!" Then the carriage slowly came to a stop. Chung Chumo cheered and quickly ran to the front of the carriage. With a leap, he jumped onto the carriage. "Wow, Xiaoxian, Lon, Faubert, you're all here too. Ha, then I won't be polite. Gee, what's the stool made of? It's so damn comfortable." Chung Chumo acted as if he had returned home. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Lon was pushed to the side by this guy. The little girl was unhappy. She stood up and pulled Chung Chumo's cheek. She said unhappily, "Humph, Brother Chonyo is really thick-skinned." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 186. Hee, little Xian, your carriage is so comfortable. Why don't you give me one? Although Chung Chumo was pulled off the sofa by Lon, he was not angry at all. He wandered around the carriage like Granny Lou in the Grandview Garden, looking left and right and touching everywhere. After a while, when he carefully looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage, Chung Chumo could not help but be shocked. This kind of carriage was the standard for rich playboys like him. It would be so flashy and cool if he drove it out. Thus, he licked his lips and begged Li Zishuan for it. In your dreams. This carriage is the only one in the world. Li Zishuan curled his lips. Don't. Little Xian, why don't you ask your workshop to make a few more? Chung Chumo urged. Li Zishuan squinted his eyes and said, "I can, but this carriage is expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but can you afford it, Chonyo?" Didn't this guy always say that he was poor? Li Zishuan did not believe that he could afford a luxury carriage. Now, damn, you're looking down on me. As long as you have this kind of carriage, I can afford it. Tell me, how much is it? Chung Chumo was immediately unhappy. His family had shares in the winery. With the sales of the Drunken Immortal and Gentle Beauty, the Chung Chumo had also earned a lot of money. Correspondingly, Chung Chumo's pocket money had increased recently. This guy was now quite wealthy and was very confident. Li Zishuan looked at this jokester's face and could not help but want to attack him. Thus he said, "No bargaining, only 999 strings of cash." He had asked Faubert about the cost of this carriage on the way here. Currently, the average horse carriage sold in the market cost between 200 to 500 strings of coins. However, due to the addition of a lot of advanced technology, such as shock absorbers, roller bearings, iron plates in the compartment of the carriage, and a separate toilet, the cost alone was as much as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Li Zishuan set a price of 999 strings of cash, which wasn't considered expensive. This price was equivalent to buying a Porsche in modern times. With such excellent performance, such a domineering appearance, and such luxurious interior, Li Zishuan believed that even if it was sold for more than 1,000 strings of cash, there would definitely be rich people rushing to buy it with gold bricks. However, Chung Chumo was not a rich person. He only had a small amount of wealth. When he heard such a crazy price, Chumo's mouth, "Little Xian, you're robbing me. Damn it, this carriage is not made of gold. Is it expensive? Chonyo, if you think it's expensive, our workshop will release a cheaper version of the carriage. There's no sofa like the one you're sitting on. There's also no water storage where you washed your hands. It's only 666 strings of cash. If you still think it's expensive, we will release a beggar's version. There's no sofa, no water storage, no toilet, and no iron plates in the compartment. We'll sell it for 555 strings of cash. How about that? You can afford it, right?" Li Zixuan sipped a mouthful of water and said slowly, "Damn, I don't want a beggar's version." Chung Chumo was furious. This beggar's version was not a good thing, just from the name. Chung Chumo, would rather not buy this carriage than make a beggar's version and embarrass himself. Ahem, little Xian, money is just a worldly possession. Do we need to be so calculative? If your workshop makes another one, give it to me. How about it? If the hard way did not work, he could only use the soft way. After all, everyone knew that Chung Chumo was thick-skinned. So what? Since money is a worldly possession, why don't you give all your pocket money to me for safekeeping? Chonyo, ba no way. Chung Chumo expressed that he was not an idiot. Why would he give away his money to someone else? Damn, little Xian, if you don't give me one, I'll go to your house and not leave. I'll eat and drink your food. Let's see if you lose out. Chung Chumo saw that Li Zixuan was unmoved by force or persuasion, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, shamelessness. Yen Xiaoning and Faubert were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lan did not have so many scruples. The little girl was so happy that she kept giggling and kept saying, "Brother Chonyo, you're shameless." Li Zixuan was also speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. "Up to you. Our house is short on rooms recently. We can only sleep in the woodshed. Damn, you're so unrighteous. You're the one who wanted to stay. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I see that Uncle Chung and Uncle Chin are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go out. I plan to give each of them one of these carriages in the near future. Cho-ox, you can stay in our woodshed. Little Xian, Before Chung Chumo could finish cursing, he heard the second half of Li Zixuan's sentence and finally understood that Li Zixuan was just teasing him. He didn't even bother to get angry and hurriedly corrected himself. "Little Xian, you're such a good brother." "Ha ha." After laughing for a while, Yen Xiaoning asked seriously, "Little Xian, do you want to give this carriage a name? In the future, when we sell it, it can be better differentiated from other normal carriages." Li Zixuan thought about it and agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Chung Chumo interrupted, Of course. Xiaoning is right. If it were up to me, we should give it a more impressive name. Only then can it match such a perfect carriage. How about we call it Little Tyrant? Isn't this name domineering enough?" After saying that, he proudly winked at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. "Little Tyrant, this guy really knows how to think. Nothing much. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it this." As he said that, he dipped one finger in water and wrote 3 letters on the table, BMW. Chung Chumo went over and was stunned. "What does this mean?" Yen Xiaoning frowned and muttered, "Is this pinyin?" Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh, Brother Xiaoning actually knows pinyin?" Yen Xiaoning shook his head and said, "His Majesty mentioned in the morning court a few days ago that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. He also showed it once in court. I also heard it from my father when he came home. The shape of your characters is very similar to what my father described that day. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He wasn't surprised at all as to how Li Er knew pinyin. If it wasn't Li Tai who said it, then it was that little fatty Li Changqian. What pinyin? Little Xian, just tell me what it means. I'll see if it's better than my little tyrant. This guy still couldn't forget about his little tyrant. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, "These three characters mean don't touch me." Cheng Chumo grinned and laughed. "Ha, I thought it was a good name. It's really not as good as my little tyrant." Yen Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered, that's right. Little Xian, isn't this name a little too weird? Li Zishuan insisted, "Just use this name. Ugly ox, if this carriage could speak, do you know what it would say to you?" Chung Chumo touched the exquisite carvings on the carriage wall and replied, "What would it say? F*CK off. Don't touch me. F*CK." Chapter 187. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. It didn't take long for the carriage to enter Yongle Lane and arrive in front of the Li residence. Chung Chumo reluctantly got down from the "Don't touch me" carriage. He had never sat in such a comfortable carriage before. Li Zishuan angrily slapped his hand away. Along the way, every part of the carriage was touched by this fellow. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy. Otherwise, he really suspected that the carriage would be fractured by this fellow. In the end, Chung Chumo still turned around and left. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the carriage in. He followed Faubert and Yen Xiaoning to the front hall. Li Zishuan asked in satisfaction, "Xiaoning, how does it feel to sit in this carriage?" "Comfortable, comfortable. I feel that this carriage is very suitable for long-distance travel. Sitting in it, I don't feel tired at all." Yen Xiaoning thought for a while and replied, "Ha, even Brother Xiaoning said it's good. Then it will definitely sell well." Faubert, the workshop will organize people to speed up the production of this new type of carriage. First, make 20 of them and send them to me. I have a use for them. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Faubert with a laugh. Faubert was dumbfounded and stupefied. Young master, what do you need so many carriages for?" The cost of 20 carriages was more than 10,000 strings of cash. Faubert couldn't help but be surprised. "A part of it is to give to people. In the past few months when I returned to Chang, and I owed a lot of people. It's easy to repay money, but it's not easy to repay a debt of gratitude. This carriage can not only repay a part of the favor, but also make a name for myself in the circle of nobles. As for the other part of the carriage, I have a use for it." Li Zishuan thought in his heart, "This young master is about to get married. When I pick up the bride, how can I do it without a grand carriage?" Faubert was speechless and could only agree. "Oh, right. Faubert, how's the paper machine? Are there any difficulties?" After talking about eating, drinking, and having fun, Li Zishuan finally remembered what he wanted to do. "Young master, the paper machine structure is complicated, and the amount of work required to build it early is quite large. It's not difficult to build it according to the blueprint, but it will take some time." Faubert thought for a moment and replied, "How long will it take?" 7 days. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, "Are there not enough ordinary craftsmen in the workshop, or are there too few skilled craftsmen?" Of course, it's because there are too few skilled craftsmen. "Young master, skilled craftsmen are too hard to find. I'm afraid there are less than 10 skilled craftsmen in the workshop," Faubert said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan thought for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. He could only say, "Faubert, send more people to other states and counties to look for craftsmen. As long as they are skilled and are willing to come to our workshop, we can talk about the benefits and treatment. As for the paper machine, you guys should try to speed up the progress. Ma Zhou is almost done with the preparations, and we're just waiting for you guys to start. Oh, shouting happens to be free these few days. Why don't you go to the workshop and help Faubert with the paper machine? This should be able to speed up the progress a lot. Li Zishuan looked at Yen Xiaoning, who was leisurely at the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested. Faubert quickly nodded in agreement. He admired Yen Xiaoning's mechanical talent very much. Yen Xiaoning staggered, and his face was full of black lines. He had just been released from his father's prison sentence, and now he was going to be thrown into prison by Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to object, he saw Li Zishuan raise a finger and said, "Brother Xiaoning, don't refuse. This paper machine is very important, and it must be done as soon as possible. Moreover, this workshop also has your shares. At worst, I'll give you a don't-touch-me carriage after it's done. How about it?" Yen Xiaoning was a little moved, and he nodded after a moment. Unlike Li Zishuan, who casually owned dozens of don't-touch-me carriages in the Tang Dynasty, a carriage was a very precious asset for other families. After dinner, Li Zishuan went to Mingwei Xian and saw Iron Egg squatting on a big rock beside the pond, hugging his knees, and looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. Li Zishuan's heart was slightly moved. It seemed that his little sister was right. Iron Egg really had something on his mind. Could it be that this kid had taken a fancy to a girl and started to think about love? If that's really the case, what should I do? This is obviously puppy love. As his master, should I stop it? Li Zishuan's thoughts ran wild in the distance. The more he thought, the more tangled he became. In the end, he shook his head and slowly walked towards Iron Egg. "Iron Egg, what are you thinking about?" Li Zishuan walked behind Iron Egg and found that this kid was still in a daze, so he could only ask, Master, you're here?" Iron Egg heard the sound and instantly woke up. This child was a little panicked and hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought?" Li Zishuan patted his disciple's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Iron Egg obeyed and sat down, but his eyes were somewhat evasive when he looked at Li Zishuan. "Say it." "Master," Iron Egg was not thinking about anything. "There must be something. Do you think I don't know you, kid? Hurry up and say it. What can't we talk about?" "Master, it's really nothing. This kid seemed to be born in the year of the walnut." Li Zishuan frowned and suddenly said with a smirk, "Oh, I understand. Did you fall in love with a little girl? You were just looking at the moon and thinking about love. Iron Egg, it's not that I don't want you to find a wife. It's just that you are still young and should put your mind on your studies. Having such an unreliable master." Iron Egg almost vomited blood in his heart. His cheeks instantly swelled red, and he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Master, it's not like that. It's not like that." "Then what is it like? If you have nothing on your mind, why would you be staring at the moon in a daze? Hurry up and say it. You're a man. Why are you wasting time?" Li Zishuan slapped Iron Egg down again. With Li Zishuan's jesting, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly became relaxed. Iron Egg was no longer as reserved as before. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master, are you going to marry my sister?" He had been staying with the Li family all this time, so he had more or less heard about Li Zishuan's marriage. Li Zishuan nodded and frowned. "Yes, Iron Egg, could it be that you don't want your sister to marry me?" Iron Egg scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Yes and no." "Kid, what are you trying to say?" Li Zishuan angrily knocked Iron Egg's forehead. Iron Egg hurriedly said with a conflicted face, Master, Iron Egg has been thinking recently, if Master marries my sister, will Iron Egg call you brother-in-law in the future? Or Master? Yes, he called me Big Sister. Where's Big Sister? Or Master's wife? Holy shit. Even though Lisa Schwann was used to all kinds of strange questions, he was still shocked by Iron Egg's two powerful questions. Chapter 188. Lisa Schwann felt a little dizzy after hearing Bruiser's words. It seemed like he could call him anything he wanted, but if he called him whatever he wanted, wouldn't it mess up the seniority? In the end, Lisa Schwann stopped thinking about it. He rubbed Iron Egg's head angrily and said in a muffled voice, "Call me by my original identity. Don't think too much. Go back and do your homework. Don't embarrass me in this week's exam." Oh, the next day, Lisa Schwann ate his breakfast and brought Iron Egg to school. Lon, who had been playing truant recently, came along today. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly liked to study, but because Lisa Schwann drove a luxury car to school today. The little girl was still excited about yesterday, so she came along. After Lisa Schwann's consolation, the day before, Bruiser was no longer unhappy. The three of them chatted on and off in the car. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial College. Wow, whose carriage is this? It's so grand. I don't know. This carriage is really big. It should be Mr. Lee's carriage. I know the driver. It's Sanbao. The person who spoke was a student of the School of Mathematics. Under the gaze of dozens of students, "Don't touch me," slowly came to the entrance of the School of Mathematics. The three of them got off the carriage one after another. The students in the school heard the commotion outside and ran out to take a look. They were shocked by the huge carriage in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Lee. What a luxurious carriage. It's even four-wheeled. The interior of this carriage should be very spacious. SSS, little Xian, where did you buy this carriage? It's even more luxurious than the carriages in the palace. I'll go up and take a look." When Li Tai saw the carriage, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This little fatty didn't know how to be polite. He excitedly jumped into the carriage. After a while, a series of exclamations came from inside. "Damn, this stool is so comfortable. The space here is so big. Damn, there's even a latrine. There's a switch on the pipe." Ah, impressive. He actually went easy on him. Li Tai screamed inside for a while, then came down and said excitedly to Lisa Schwann, "Xiaoxian, sir, where can I buy this carriage? I must buy one too. This carriage is just too perfect. I can't buy it anywhere right now, but I should be able to buy it at the Strange Interest Pavilion soon. Go back to class." Li Zishuan said indifferently. Li Tai's face was full of regret. He touched the carriage and reluctantly returned to the teaching house. The rest of the students couldn't help but take a few more glances at this luxury car before returning to class. The commotion caused by the carriage in the Imperial College was far from over. During the break between classes, students from other schools joined in to watch. It had to be said that under the leadership of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department, the entire directorate of Imperial College had started a 3-minute class and a 15-minute break. If they didn't do this, there was no other way. The students would keep making a fuss. Now, the instructors of the other schools hated Lisa Schwann to death. "This carriage looks so luxurious. I wonder what's inside. It would be great if we could go in and take a look." When Sanbao heard this, she immediately opened her arms and shielded the carriage behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. "This carriage is so domineering. I want to ask my father to buy one too. Do you know where to buy one?" The person who spoke was obviously from a wealthy family. He didn't even ask for the price, only where to buy it. "I've never seen this before. But since this carriage is from Professor Li, he probably knows about it. I know where to buy it. Wang Mingming, hurry up and tell me. If you're right, I'll reward you with money. Thank you, young Master Cui. I heard from my friends in the mathematics department that this carriage is from the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. It will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion after a while. Good. When the time comes, I'll definitely buy one. Acho, reward me. Yes, young master. Thank you, young Master Cui. During the fourth period, Kong Ingda came to the door of the mathematics department. He waved at Li Zishuan as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Li Zishuan let the students study by themselves. He followed Kong Ingda outside the classroom. Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me? Li Zishuan asked softly as they approached the carriage. Yes, during the morning assembly a few days ago, His Majesty said that you invented something called Pinyin. It can help children learn to read. I'm here today to find out more about Pinyin, Kong Ingda said with a serious face. Li Zishuan suddenly understood. Yan Xiaoning was still talking to him about this yesterday. He didn't expect Kong Ingda to come looking for him today. So it's about this. Chancellor Kong, why don't we talk about it in the carriage? Li Zishuan didn't wait for Kong Ingda to reject him. He pulled open the curtains and invited Kong Ingda in. Kong Ingda hesitated for a moment, nodded, and got into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Kong Ingda was shocked to see that the interior decoration of the carriage wasn't inferior to a small independent room. He finally understood why Li Zishuan insisted on him getting into the carriage to talk. This was simply a moving luxury room. After sitting on the soft sofa, Kong Ingda was shocked again. This time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on a serious face and said to Li Zishuan earnestly, Little Xian, Mencius once said that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body. I know that your family is wealthy, but you can't be too immersed in luxury. Li Zishuan was speechless. He saw that Elder Kong was old, and it was quite tiring for him to stand outside. That's why he let him get into the carriage and talk things over slowly. Who knew that he would be lectured the moment he got into the carriage? Who the hell could he find to reason with? Chancellor Kong, students nowadays study hard all their lives. Other than realizing their ambitions, most of them use their knowledge to change the lives of their families. This kid's luxurious carriage is used to motivate them. It's to tell them that if they want to sit in such a good carriage like this kid, they must study hard. This way, they will have a goal and be able to study even more diligently. What's more, even though my family is wealthy, I have never forgotten to help the poor. Han Family Manor and Plum Village have nearly 500 families. Because of this kid, they are able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. It shouldn't be too much for this kid to use the extra money to enjoy life, right? Li Zishuan said with sincerity. Traditional Confucian scholars like Kong Ingda usually believed that people with lofty ambitions must endure hardships and not enjoy life wholeheartedly. Li Zishuan didn't agree with this kind of thinking. What's wrong with me spending the money I earned for myself to enjoy? It's not against the law. What's more, I'm not the kind of person who is heartless and stingy. I've already helped the poor people around me. How can I not be allowed to enjoy life? How can there be such logic in this world? Kong Ingda was rendered speechless by Li Zishuan's seemingly strong excuses. He couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really good at talking about crooked practices. I've really underestimated him. Li Zishuan didn't want to make this principal too embarrassed and immediately stopped while he was ahead. He coughed dryly and said, Cough, cough, Chancellor Kong, let's talk about Pinyin. Chapter 189. In front of the Institute of Mathematics. In the luxurious carriage of the Li family, Li Zishuan forcefully changed the topic. Kong Ingda saw that he could not persuade the young man in front of him, so he simply went with the flow and discussed the issue of pinyin with Li Zishuan. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the carriage. Li Zishuan took the brushes and wrote and drew while teaching Kong Ingda some pinyin knowledge. This old Confucian scholar's cultural foundation was indeed profound. In less than half an hour, Kong Ingda had a simple grasp of pinyin. Not bad, not bad. Professor Li, pinyin is indeed magical. If you can spread this method of learning words, your name will definitely go down in history. I want to be the first to spread pinyin in the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. I wonder if Professor Li is willing. After Kong Ingda understood the magical effects of pinyin, he could not help but praise. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course. Although the students of the Imperial College had long learned how to read, there was still a need to teach them how to read. Most of the students belonged to the elite class of the current young people. After they understood the benefits of pinyin, when they left the Imperial College, they would either become officials, enter the court, or just become teachers. However, they would all bring pinyin to other places. They would also be the first batch of seeds to spread pinyin. Thus, Li Zishuan agreed with Kong Ingda's idea very much. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll have to trouble Professor Li to teach pinyin to all the instructors, professors, and teaching assistants of the Imperial College every afternoon. I estimate that after 4 or 5 days, all of them will have mastered the pinyin literacy method. At that time, they will teach the students of the Imperial College. What do you think? Kong Ingda thought for a moment and said the pinyin teaching plan that he had been considering for a long time. Kong Ingda had learned that Li Zishuan would be lazy every afternoon. Although this guy had his own legitimate reasons, the fact that he was lazy was indisputable. Therefore, Kong Ingda deliberately set the training time to be every afternoon. This way, it would not delay the teaching plan of the School of Mathematics and it would also promote pinyin in the shortest time possible. When Li Zishuan heard Old Man Kong's words, he was immediately flabbergasted. Damn, is this old man purposely messing with me? Does this count as me digging a hole and burying myself? Chancellor Kong, you mustn't do that. You might not know, but this junior contracted a strange illness when I was young. Later on, I was saved by my master, and this junior avoided the misfortune of dying early. However, for the next few years, this junior must rest every afternoon. Otherwise, this junior will definitely lose my life. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea and immediately cried out pitifully. Although Kong Ingda didn't know what it meant to spit out a mouthful of old blood, at this moment he was really about to vomit blood because of Li Zishuan. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people and things. What kind of strange things had he not heard? As soon as he heard Li Zishuan's words, he knew that this kid was talking nonsense. You. Kong Ingda pointed at Li Zishuan with a face full of anger. He was so angry that he trembled and couldn't say anything. When Li Zishuan saw the situation, he felt that he had gone overboard. He immediately stood up and patted Kong Ingda's chest to soothe his heart. Chancellor Kong, calm down. This kid was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Kong Ingda drank a cup of tea, and only then did he catch his breath. He lectured Li Zishuan with a solemn face. Brat, I know that you have some attainments in mathematics and have some smarts in other areas, but you have to know that a Taoist also has a conscience. At the beginning, a man's nature is good because he has a conscience. Therefore, a teacher should follow a person's good nature and promote their good nature while suppressing their evil. This is to pass on Taoism. As a teacher, if you don't study how to teach and educate people wholeheartedly, how can you be a role model for others? The spread of pinyin is extremely important to the education of our great Tang. You have to do it diligently. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to stay in the Imperial College to teach, and not go anywhere. Kong Ingda's voice was stern, and he was so frightened that he spat at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan's face was full of helplessness. It seemed that old Kong was really angry this time. Yes, Chancellor Kong's lesson is right. This kid will definitely teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he could continue to rest in the afternoon, Li Zixuan could only compromise and sacrifice these few days to teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't go up and fight with this old man. Although he was sometimes a little muddle-headed, he still knew how to respect the old and love the young. Moreover, Kong Ingda had the moral high ground, and his words weren't without reason. The spread of pinyin was indeed very important. Kong Ingda nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get off the carriage. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "I heard from His Majesty that you, the Crown Prince, King Wei, and the others are working together to compile a dictionary that includes pinyin. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me, and I will send some scholars of the Imperial College to assist you." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Chancellor Kong, but I have enough manpower." He had received news yesterday that Su Shizhong, Xue Shou, Yan Xiangsuan from the Eastern Palace, as well as Xiao Dian, Gu Yin, Jiang Yaqing, Xie Yan, and the other scholars of the Literature Hall under Li Tai were all in the back hall of the workshop. The compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary was already in full swing, and they had enough manpower. Yes, this dictionary is very important. Professor Li, you must pay attention to it. After the compilation of the dictionary is completed, you must inform me. I must go and take a look at such a grand literary event. Of course, of course. Rest assured, Chancellor Kong. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and promised. He only hoped that the Chancellor would leave quickly and not create any more trouble. A moment later, Li Zixuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent away the old-fashioned great scholar of the present age. He thought to himself, "It seems that this brother's good days are about to come to an end. This is really King miserable, but it should only take a few days of hard work." He hoped that the instructors of the Imperial College could learn pinyin fast enough. After a while, the bell for the morning class rang. Li Zixuan went home with Iron Egg and Lanner in a low mood. The two little guys could see that Li Zixuan was not in a good mood, so they did not talk and laugh along the way. They were very obedient and accompanied Li Zixuan. After lunch, the two little guys continued to go to school. Of course, it was still the luxury car that picked them up. Li Zixuan enjoyed this last leisurely afternoon alone in the west courtyard. He could not help but start to think about spring again. If only my baby Yushi was here. He could hug his wife every day, eat, sleep, and play with Daodu. This kind of life, even the gods would not change. As he thought about it, he could not help but drool. Chapter 190. Li Zixuan was a little drowsy by the summer breeze. When he was on the verge of waking up and falling asleep, he saw Xiao Shi in a bright yellow dress, walking over gracefully. She said softly to Li Zixuan, "Young master, Wang Renbiao and his father want to see you. Butler Wang is waiting in the front hall." "Oh." Li Zixuan's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Well, Xiao Shi, come with me to have a look." At the same time, there was a touch of coldness in his heart. The Wang family should give me an explanation for the kidnapping of Xiefeng Stockade. In the front hall of Li Mansion, Wang Renbiao and a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky waist were sitting on both sides. The two of them looked at each other and did not say a word. The hall was very quiet for a while. Wang Zhong looked at the tea table beside the two of them. Some of the tea was about to turn cold. He hesitated for a moment and was finally forced to retreat by the oppressive atmosphere. He retreated to the side and did not dare to say a word. The main reason was that the pressure on the middle-aged man was too strong. In a moment, Li Zixuan came to the front hall. Wang Renbiao took the lead to stand up and said to Li Zixuan, "Mr. Li, long time no see. How have you been? Let me introduce you. This is my father. He just arrived in Chang and yesterday. Today, he went to the palace to see His Majesty and then came to visit Li Mansion with me. According to the rules of the imperial court, the provincial governor of a state could not leave the territory under normal circumstances. Wang Renbiao's father came directly to Chang and had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. However, he was also a relative of the imperial family. If he directly reported to Li Er, no one dared to say anything. Li Zixuan's eyes stopped on the middle-aged man. He thought that this man turned out to be Wang Yu, who married Li Yuan's sister. Chung Yaojin had told him a lot about the Wang family in Taiyuanqi County. Today, he finally saw the real person. This person's facial features were resolute and sharp. From his face, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wang Renbiao. There was also a dignified aura around him. It was probably because he had been in a high position for a long time. Regardless of what he was thinking, Li Zixuan still cupped his hands towards Wang Yu and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to Governor Wang. In the first year of Zhenguan, Li Er divided the world into 10 provinces. There were a total of 360 provinces in the country. These provinces were divided according to their population into Upper Province, Middle Province, and Lower Province. The provincial governor of Upper Province was secondary grade 3. The provincial governor of Middle Province was primary grade 4. And the provincial governor of Lower Province was primary grade 4. The Sui province that Wang Yu was in charge of belonged to the Central Province. As the provincial governor of Sui province, if calculated according to rank, he belonged to the upper 4th rank. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, was a secondary class 5th rank official, regardless of whether he was a county founder of the country or a doctor of the Imperial College. But logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he was able to reach secondary class 5th rank at his age. Because Li Zixuan was a full 4 ranks lower than Wang Yu, he had to open his mouth and address himself as a humble official. In the officialdom, one had to abide by the rules of the game. If one casually treated a superior with disrespect, then one would not only offend one person, but also the entire official class. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Yu's tense face. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Sir Li Zixuan, there is no need to be so courteous. Although this official is far away in Sui province, I have long heard of Sir Li Zixuan's matter. The curved yuan divine plow has spread throughout the world, benefiting the millions of poor commoners of my great Tang. Today, this official represents the elders of Sui province in thanking Sir Li Zixuan." After saying this, he actually gave Li Zixuan a deep bow. Li Zixuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is no need for this, Provincial Governor Wang. Although this little one invented the curved yuan plow, His Majesty has already rewarded me. Thus, this little one cannot accept this gratitude." At the same time, his impression of this provincial Governor Wang had changed quite a bit. This person held a high position and came from a large clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. In terms of personality, he was very similar to Wang Renbiao. The only difference was that he had a very powerful aura. Ha! No matter what, the commoners of various lands have benefited from the curved yuan plow. This is an indisputable fact. In truth, this old man has come today for another matter. I presume that Sir Li Zishuan has already guessed it. Wang Yu straightened his body and clasped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Today, this old man has come to apologize to Sir Li Zishuan on behalf of my unfilial son. A few days ago, that unfilial son actually colluded with bandits to kidnap Sir Li Zishuan's fiancée. He even had designs on the Li family's immortal inebriation formula. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreversible consequences. Otherwise, that unfilial son would have died 10,000 times. In the end, this matter is because this old man did not teach his son well. If Sir Li Zishuan has any requests, you can raise them. Do not harm the relationship between you and my Renbiao because of this matter. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. They had finally come to the main matter. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. From the start, this Wang Yu had a very humble attitude. Logically speaking, as the provincial governor of a province, backed by a large clan, and even married Li Er's aunt, he should not have such a humble attitude towards him. Actually, on the surface, this was indeed the case. However, Wang Yu had his own considerations. Although Li Zishuan was only a provincial governor, his growth potential was enormous. Not only did he have a good relationship with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and a bunch of other military veterans, he also had a close relationship with Li Chengxian and Li Tai. From the current situation, first of all, Li Chengxian's position as crown prince was very stable. Even if something happened in between, the throne would only fall on Li Tai's head. However, no matter what, Li Zishuan would at least be able to survive through 2 dynasties. His official position would only soar to the skies. Moreover, Li Er's intention to weaken the power of the large clans was already clear. Although Wang Yu had married Li Er's aunt under the teeth of the storm, his every move would be infinitely magnified. Thus, Wang Yu's current standard of conduct was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. If he caused trouble, quickly turn it into a small one, and a small one into nothing. What if I want Wang Rini to die? Regardless of the meaning behind Wang Yu's humble attitude, Li Zishuan still wanted to sound him out. Of course, if he could directly have Wang Rini die, that would be the best. He had always harbored killing intent towards those who dared to touch his woman. Hearing this, Wang Yu's body clearly trembled. A trace of paleness and struggle flashed across his wrinkled old face. No matter how mischievous his son was, he was still his son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he watch his son die before his eyes? Wang Renbiao looked at his father's pale face from the side. He hurriedly went up to Li Zishuan and clasped his hands. Sir Li, although my younger brother did some foolish things, in the end, you arrived in time to save Miss Han. There was no tragedy. Thus, I hope that Sir Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. Li Zishuan stared into Wang Renbiao's eyes and asked, the person who showed me the way at Rhinoceros Slope that day, was it one of your people? When he heard the second half of Wang Renbiao's words, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that day when he was in despair. A piece of silk with words written on it flew to him. Wang Renbiao looked at Wang Yu, then nodded to Li Zishuan. It was Yu Yao who was by my side. The day before the incident, Yu Yao found out that my younger brother was sending people to harm you. However, she did not hear their specific plans. Thus, I had Yu Yao follow Xiaoing. When I found out that they were going to harm Miss Han, I ordered Yu Yao to help you save Miss Han. Thus, I hope that Sir Li can give me face and spare my younger brother's life. Chapter 191. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. After Wang Runbiao finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan, hoping that he would agree. Wang Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Our Wang family was in the wrong in the kidnapping of Xiefeng's stockade. We are willing to pay some price in exchange for forgiveness. If Mr. Li has any requests, you can tell me. I just hope that you can save my son's life." Wang Yu paused and said with a sad expression, "No matter what, Ren Yi is my child. I'm almost 50 years old. To be honest, I've already become indifferent to fame and fortune. I only hope that Ren Yi and Ren Yi can be safe and sound. I hope that Li Xianren can understand me from a father's point of view. If Mr. Li can be merciful this time, our whole Wang family will remember this kindness in the future." Li Zishuan was speechless. Although Wang Yu had been in a high position for many years at this moment, he was just like an old father. Only Li Zishuan didn't understand. With such an irresolute and indecisive personality, how had he managed to get to the position of patriarch? In the novels in his previous life, the heads of the big families should be indifferent and ruthless. Everything should be based on the interests of the family. Provincial Governor Wang, since you said so, and Cousin Rini did provide me with a lot of help in the kidnapping that day, then let's forget about this matter. But I don't want Wang Rini to jump out and harm my relatives in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him at all costs. At that time, even if the Chui and Wang families attack me together, I will not be afraid. The 7 big families have been high and mighty for thousands of years. Others are afraid of them, but I am not. At worst, I will pierce a hole in the sky. Li Zishuan thought about it. This time, he really could not kill Wang Rini. Putting aside the friendship between Wang Yu and Wang Rinbiao and the pressure from the Chui and Wang families, Li Er had protected Wang Rini before. Moreover, after the incident that day, Wang Rini, a villain, had escaped in advance. Now, except for Wang Yu and Wang Rinbiao, no one knew where Wang Rini was. Fortunately, he gave up and did Wang Rinbiao a favor. However, he still had to take precautions. If there was a next time, even if Li Zishuan had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would still kill Wang Rini with his sword. Wang Yu was delighted at first, but when he heard Li Zishuan's murderous words, he was shocked. This young man was only 14 or 15 years old, but he had such a strong, murderous aura. "Don't worry, County Magistrate Li. That unfilial son has already been imprisoned by the clan's punishment hall. He won't come out to do evil again. For this matter, our Wang family owes you a favor. If Li Xianren needs any help in the future, feel free to let Ren Biao know. Once this old man receives the news, I will definitely do my best to help." Li Zishuan nodded his head, silently, but his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the Wang family to have a law enforcement hall. This plaything sounded similar to the cultivation sects in some cultivation novels. There were law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, and so on. It seemed that none of these traditional aristocratic families were simple. In order to express my sincerity, this old man has specially prepared some humble gifts. I hope County Magistrate Li can accept them. After saying this, Wang Yu took a red sandalwood box from Wang Rinbiao's hands and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. The matter had already been discussed, and the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Wang Yu, as the provincial governor of a province, actually still wanted to give a small 5th-rank official like him a gift. What was he trying to do? Was this old man really the Wang family's patriarch? Why was he so low-key? No need, no need. Provincial Governor Wang is too polite. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. After all, one's mouth was too soft for others. There are only some worthless things inside. County Magistrate Li's refusal. Could it be that you are still unwilling to reconcile with the Wang family? Wang Yu pushed the box in front of Li Zixuan again. After a few more times, Li Zixuan finally accepted. In any case, Wang Yu said that the things inside were worthless. Since he had accepted them, then so be it. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu and his son tactfully took their leave. During this time, the two sides naturally reached many agreements. For example, the cooperation that Li Zixuan and Wang Renbiao had previously discussed. After the kidnapping incident, Li Zixuan had unilaterally stopped the supply of wine to the Strange Interest Pavilion and the winery. At that time, Wang Renbiao felt that the Wang family was in the wrong, so he did not raise any objections. Now that the relationship between the two sides had been mended, the cooperation was restarted. After returning to his room in the west courtyard, Li Zixuan was no longer sleepy. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark red sandalwood box beside his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Hey, it's quite heavy. I wonder what's inside it. Li Zixuan carefully opened the wooden box and was immediately blinded by the light. The wooden box was divided into 2 rows and 4 rows, and there were 8 small compartments. In each compartment, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl lying quietly. Inside the luminous pearl, the fluorescent light flowed like liquid. If there was only one, it might not be so dazzling, but when all 8 of them were placed together, it was really dazzling. Oh my God! That old geezer, Wang, you actually said that these were just some worthless playthings. If they weren't valuable, then what was valuable about them? The Wang family seems to be richer than me. Li Zixuan had only seen these genuine luminous pearls in some documentaries in his previous life. Although the principle of the luminous pearl was very simple, and there were many artificial luminous pearls that cost 6 yuan on certain treasures, these natural luminous pearls in front of him were really priceless. At least, he had not seen anyone selling luminous pearls of this size on the market since he transmigrated here. He did not know where that old man Wang found so many luminous pearls. He really put in a lot of money. Father, are you going to give those 8 luminous pearls to Li Zixuan, just like that? Wang Renbiao asked Wang Yu in a vermilion carriage on the street. Wang Yu had been resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he said without opening his eyes, they are just some inanimate objects that emit light. If we keep them in the family's treasury, they will only gather dust. It's better to use them to ease the relationship between the two families. Father, is the situation of the aristocratic families really so bad? Wang Renbiao was also very surprised by his father's humble attitude today. But after thinking for a while, he guessed why Wang Yu was like this, but he still did not quite believe it. Wang Yu finally opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Renbiao and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have an audience with His Majesty. His Majesty has also indirectly warned me to restrain the children of the family. And according to His Majesty's intention, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he makes a move on the aristocratic families. Renbiao, remember, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision. He will definitely not allow the aristocratic families to surpass the imperial court, and I believe that even if all the aristocratic families were to join forces, they would not be a match for His Majesty. The other aristocratic families cannot see the situation clearly and are futilely trying to stop the chariot with their arms. But our Wang family must see the situation clearly and learn to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong the imperial favor is, the Wang family will be destroyed in an instant." Wang Renbiao nodded with a solemn expression. "Yes, Father, I will remember." Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of people outside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he sighed with a tired face. "Sigh, The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Chapter 192. The rain was pitter-patter, and the sky was gloomy. Due to the lack of light in the classroom, it was dark and gloomy. Li Zishuan sat at the lectern, his eyes fixed on the students who were doing their test papers. There was no lectern in the classroom, but he felt that it was uncomfortable to lecture on flat ground, so he had someone build a lectern and moved it in. It was a rare day of cool weather. After so many days of heat, it finally rained. Li Zishuan was wearing a thin white gown. He was lying on the tall and long desk in front of the lectern, looking at the students who were doing their tests. He felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, he was like them, sitting upright and still, racing against time to answer the questions. Not only did he have to ensure that his answers were correct, but he also had to ensure that they were correct. That was not a normal kind of hard work. Now, he could be considered to have opened up a god's perspective. He was high up, watching others take their tests. Naturally, he felt different. That's right. Today was the small test that was held every 7 days. However, Li Zishuan habitually called it a weekly test in his mind, even though people in the Tang Dynasty did not know what a weekly test was. His thoughts flew back to 2 days ago, under Kong Ingda's strict supervision. Li Zishuan had no choice but to conduct 2 afternoons of pinyin special training sessions for all the instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College. Letting a 14-year-old child teach to these old scholars who were mostly in their 40s, and there were even some who were in their 60s, was bound to cause some people to express their dissatisfaction. However, this time, Kong Ingda personally supported Li Zishuan and made it clear that if anyone did not pay attention and did not learn pinyin in the end, Kong Ingda would personally report to His Majesty and expel them from the Imperial College. This kind of extremely strict punishment system directly nipped in the bud the restless instructors who wanted to jump out and cause trouble in the bud. One had to know that the positions of instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College were a great honor for scholars. Speaking of which, these positions were even more awesome than being a professor at Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life, because these positions all had ranks. In this lifetime, they had studied hard for decades, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they bear to be stripped of this glorious position just like that? Therefore, during the 2 afternoons of classes, there was no such thing as showing off or slapping people in the face. Instead, each of them was more serious than the other. And with the help of the blackboard, the learning efficiency of these teachers of the Imperial College was surprisingly high. However, their attitude towards Li Zishuan had completely changed after they had grasped the basics of pinyin. After so many years of teaching, how could they not see the greatness of pinyin? As a result, their attitude towards learning became more and more correct. During class, the expressions on their faces were as fanatical as if they were on a pilgrimage. Sigh, these teachers learn things really fast. But this is even better. I estimate that in another afternoon, they will all be able to grasp pinyin. At that time, wouldn't she be able to return home every afternoon to sleep and tease the servant girls? How carefree would that be? Li Zishuan propped up his cheek with one hand and sat there thinking happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement below. His position had a high platform view. Some students might think that Li Zishuan wouldn't be able to see what they were doing under the table, but what they didn't know was that sitting on the podium, he could use the high platform view to see every single movement below clearly. Li Zishuan used his fingers to pick up a piece of chalk, folded it 1/2 inch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it in a certain direction below. That 1/2 inch piece of chalk was like a cruise missile, accurately smashing into Chung Chumo's head. Chung Chumo, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Huayu's paper, was shocked by this sudden attack. He quickly looked toward the podium and met Li Zishuan's fierce gaze. Humph! If there's a next time, I'll give you 0 marks. Li Zishuan coldly harumphed and said this arrogantly. In his heart, he thought that this was the catchphrase of the invigilator in his previous life. It felt so good to use it. The students in the classroom all raised their heads, trying to figure out who Li Zishuan was talking about. Chung Chumo rubbed his forehead as if nothing had happened. Then, this fellow acted as if Li Zishuan was not talking about him and pretended to calmly look at his paper. Even though he did not understand some of the questions at this time, he definitely could not let everyone know that Li Zishuan was talking about him. Even though he was thick-skinned, plagiarism was too shameful. Chung Chumo expressed that he still wanted to show some face. Seeing that Chung Chumo had calmed down, Li Zishuan did not continue to pursue the matter. He walked down from the podium and began to patrol. The first place he came to was Li Tai's position. This little fatty was writing at a rapid speed. He did not seem to be affected by the commotion just now and was quickly doing calculations on the draft paper. Li Zishuan glanced at his paper and was slightly surprised. This little fatty had actually finished the second to last question. His speed was really fast. There was still nearly an hour before the exam ended. He just did not know how accurate this kid was. Li Zishuan paused for a while before continuing his patrol. He found that most of the students were still stuck at the 5th or 6th last question. Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and Ku Shiqing had all finished the 3rd to last question. Moreover, Li Zishuan saw that they had all answered the questions correctly. What surprised Li Zishuan was that Meng Wenhao had also finished the 2nd to last question. Li Zishuan had learned a lot about this child's family background from Su Hongji. This child was truly from a poor family. In this era, it was dozens of times more difficult for a poor family to nurture a child into a talent than it was in modern society. It was also very difficult to pass through the layers of selections in various places and finally enter the Imperial College. Therefore, in Li Zishuan's opinion, whether it was Meng Wenhao or Meng Wenhao's father, they were truly amazing people. Li Zishuan sincerely admired their perseverance. From the part that Meng Wenhao was writing at the moment, he had completely thought through the train of thought for this question. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, he would definitely be able to get all the points for this question. Li Zishuan secretly nodded and thought to himself, if this child can get into the top 3 in this weekly exam, then I'll pay a visit to their home and help their family solve some of their living difficulties. He admired hard-working and diligent children like Meng Wenhao from the bottom of his heart. When Chung Chumo saw Li Zishuan coming over for an inspection, he hurriedly covered his paper and glared at Li Zishuan to prevent him from looking. Li Zishuan was speechless and thought to himself, is this guy's brain short-circuited? Aren't you going to show me your paper sooner or later? Why are you covering it now? Li Zishuan snorted unhappily and returned to the podium. Chapter 193. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Li Zishuan stood up, knocked on the table, and shouted, "Stop writing! Stop writing!" The last student in each row, stand up and collect the papers. If you don't stop writing, I'll give you 0 marks. Chung Chumo's wrist shook, and he quickly put down his pen. He looked at Li Zishuan bitterly, and then stood up to collect the papers. After all, he was sitting in the last row. After a while, all the papers were collected. Li Zishuan tidied them up, and then he looked at the weather outside and said, "We'll have a break in the afternoon. You don't have to come. Have a good rest at home." The exams had just finished. so no one was in the mood to go to class. Moreover, it was raining heavily outside. Although the children all had straw raincoats, the raincoats were barely enough to block the rain. Also, tomorrow and the next 2 days were off, so he might as well give them an extra half-day off. "Oh, sir, that's great. We finally have a break. Ha! We actually have an extra half-day off. The students from the other schools can only be envious." Huh? When the students heard the good news, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. At present, the other schools in the Imperial College were under pressure to adopt the daily schedule of the School of Mathematics. However, the School of Mathematics 2-day break for every 5 days of classes was firmly rejected by the instructors of the other schools. Therefore, although the pace of learning in the School of Mathematics was very tense, with a small exam every Monday and a senior high exam every month, and there was a feeling of being eliminated at the end of the class, the students of the School of Mathematics had more rest time. This was something that the students from the other schools envied, holding the papers and watching the students disappear into the misty rain. Li Sichuan put on his straw raincoat and prepared to go to the canteen of the Imperial College for lunch. "Master, you're not going back at noon again?" Iron Egg ran over and asked. I'm not going back." "Iron Egg, you can take the carriage and go back by yourself. I'll ask San Bao to bring the carriage here in the afternoon." In the past few days, Li Zichuan had to stay in the Imperial College to teach the instructors in the afternoon, so he basically didn't go back at noon. Instead, he ate in the canteen of the Imperial College. 2 days ago, Iron Egg also stayed with him and didn't go back. However, the Institute of Mathematics was closed this afternoon, so Li Zichuan asked Iron Egg to go back first. "Oh," Iron Egg responded, and quickly packed his things, preparing to go out. There was a guy waiting outside for a free ride. "Hello, Mr. Li." "Hello, Dr. Li." "Greetings, Grandmaster." Due to the heavy rain today, many students were unwilling to go home for lunch, so there were many people in the cafeteria. As soon as Li Zichuan came in, many students greeted Li Zichuan. Some were from the Institute of Mathematics, and some were from the Institute of Imperial College, for Gates Academy, and other institutes. This guy was now a popular figure in the Imperial College. First, he came up with the blackboard chalk, then came up with the recess system, and then came up with a 2-day recess system that made all the students in the other institutes extremely envious. In addition, in the past few days, he had been training all the instructors in pinyin, so there were often students who came over to watch the fun. Therefore, some students would occasionally call him Grandmaster. Yesterday, Li Zichuan heard someone call him Grandmaster for the first time, and he almost knelt down. After that, he went over to the student and asked for the reason, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was not even 15 years old, and he had already become someone's grandmaster. Li Zichuan ordered a meal, found a seat at random, and began to eat. To be honest, the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. It was completely incomparable to the food in the Li family, but it was still bearable. "Hey, Grandmaster, is there no one here? How come Iron Egg isn't eating with you today?" A loud and clear voice sounded in his ear. Li Zichuan raised his head and saw that it was the little bastard who first called him Grandmaster yesterday. His name was Sun Ziffen, and Li Zichuan had almost been annoyed by Sun Ziffen's name yesterday. This guy was a top student in the Imperial College, but he had only gotten in because of his father's relationship. His father's name was Sun Fujia, and he was an amazing person. During the 5th year of the Tang Dynasty's Wuda era, he had obtained first place in the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He could be considered the first top scholar in China's history. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was bestowed with the title of Baron, living in Lu, and becoming a vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was equivalent to the modern Supreme People's Court, and the Vice Chancellor of the Supreme Court was equivalent to the Vice Chancellor of the Supreme Court. It was a lower third-rank official, and there were usually two of them. Yuan Wendao, who had impeached Li Zexuan last time, was also a Vice Chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, this guy was not as talented as Sun Fujia. So Sun Fujia was definitely more likely to be promoted to Vice Chancellor of the Supreme Court. Li Zexuan lowered his head and continued to eat. He casually replied, "Yes, the Imperial College will be on holiday this afternoon." So Iron Egg went back. Sun Zifan had just sat down unceremoniously when he heard Li Zexuan's words. He immediately exclaimed, "Damn, why is the Imperial College on holiday early?" Sun Zifan immediately expressed that he could not accept the fact that the Imperial College was on holiday at the weekend. Li Zexuan pursed his lips. Sometimes he really wondered if this unlucky kid was Sun Fujia's biological son. Logically speaking, since Sun Fujia could be the top scorer in the exam, even if his son's results were not top-notch, he should at least be polite, right? In the end, this guy was obviously the same as Chung Chumo, a careless and rash person. However, he was much younger than Chung Chumo, probably only in his teens. They just finished the exam this morning. I saw that they were working too hard, so it's not too much to give them half a day off, right? Even if Chancellor Kong knows about it, he can't say anything. Li Zexuan said faintly, but his words really attracted some hatred. "Ah, Mr. Li, how can you do this?" "That's right, Professor Li. How can you give the people from the Imperial College such a long holiday? Ah, I can't take it anymore." When the students from the other schools who were eating nearby heard Li Zexuan's words, they all started to denounce him. Li Zexuan had been eating in the canteen recently and had become familiar with many students. As his personality was more casual and he was very young, about the same age as most of them, many students liked to talk to him. Sometimes they would make some harmless jokes, but Li Zexuan was not angry. Instead, he would go along with their jokes and tease them. This led to everyone calling him teacher, but they would always talk to him as if he was a good friend. Li Zexuan waved his hand and laughed. "Who asked our Imperial College's students to have such outstanding results? As a teacher, of course, I have to sympathize with them. What's wrong with giving them half a day off?" Suddenly, there was a wave of wailing from the surroundings. "Damn!" Sun Zifan put down his chopsticks, indicating that he could not take it anymore. He shouted exaggeratedly, "Grandmaster, do you still want people from the Imperial College? Quickly take me in as well." A 10-year-old kid was dancing and shouting there, looking very funny. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter from the surroundings. Chapter 194. In the canteen of the Imperial College, hearing Sun Zifan's words, Li Zexuan put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and glanced at this joker. He said unhappily, "Go back and ask your father if he's willing to let you come to the School of Mathematics." It wasn't that Li Zexuan was belittling himself, but there was a hierarchy among the 6 schools of the Imperial College. The School of Mathematics, School of Books, and School of Law were basically at the bottom. The students of these 3 schools had to stand out in the annual assessment to have the chance to be promoted to the 4 gate schools, then the School of Imperial College, and finally the School of Imperial College. Sun Zifan was able to enter the School of Imperial College because his father was a third-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, if his father was more powerful and was promoted to a third-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court, then he might be able to enter the Imperial College directly. Under the current hierarchy of the Imperial College, it would be strange if Sun Fujia was willing to let Sun Zifan go to the School of Mathematics. Son Ziffin chuckled and said, "Hee, Grandmaster, my father already knows that you invented pinyin. He also admires you very much. Moreover, the Prince of Wei and the sons of the three dukes are currently studying in the School of Mathematics. Why wouldn't my father want me to go? Just tell me if you'll accept me as a student or not." Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person watching over it. With Li Tai, Ching Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuchi Baolin, these awesome second-generation hedonistic sons of rich families leading the way, what other people had to worry about? Although Sun Zi fan, this fellow's mouth was unrestrained. His heart was clear. When the other students heard this joker's analysis, they all felt that it was reasonable. In this way, not only did the School of Mathematics have good benefits, the teachers were friendly, and there was also Li Tai, Chung Chumo, and these hedonistic sons of rich families supporting them. They didn't have to worry about their future. Only a fool wouldn't go to such a good place. Therefore, Li Zishuan's surroundings immediately became lively. Yes. Mr. Li, is your school still hiring? My name is Wang Wenhua. My results in mathematics were very good back then. Wang Wenhua, you are Ting. You think your grades are better than mine? Dr. Li, don't listen to him. My grades are better than his. Please accept me. Grandmaster, please accept me. Take me in. Take me in. Collect your sister. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't even eat. F***CK, if it were a group of female students crying and begging him to accept them, he would be very excited. At least it would prove that he was very manly. However, in front of him, there were some men clamoring for him to accept them. What the F***CK was this? Ahem, I can't make the decision on this matter. The rules of the directorate don't allow you to go wherever you want. You should go and talk to the chancellor. Li Zishuan hurriedly threw away the responsibility. If he really accepted them, he would offend a lot of people. When that time comes, how would he survive in the directorate? He might as well just throw the problem to Old Man Kong and let him have a headache. He originally thought that saying this would make Sun Ziffin and the rest retreat. After all, as students, how many of them dared to meet the principal? However, he underestimated this fellow's character. When Sun Ziffin heard that Li Zishuan didn't explicitly reject him, his eyes instantly lit up. He smiled and said, "Fine, if Chancellor Kong agrees to change classes with me. Grandmaster, you have to accept me." In his eyes, his father was a lower-class third-rank official. The chancellor of the directorate was also lower-class third rank. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean that all the students weren't afraid. There were also some gutsy students who secretly left the crowd. These people mostly relied on their own hard work to rise up from the 3 academies of mathematics, history, and law. They didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to follow Sun Ziffin. However, there were still a lot of second generations who followed Sun Ziffin and echoed, yes. Ziffin, I'll go with you to find Chancellor Kong. I'll go too. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. After saying that, this group of people didn't even eat and ran out noisily to find Kong Yingda. Li Zishuan was stunned. This group of bastards was really out of control. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Let Kong Yingda have a headache. After a quick lunch, Li Zishuan came to a vermilion building in the center of the directorate. This could be considered the office building of the directorate's teachers. There were more than a dozen rooms of various sizes inside. Li Zishuan's position had been there since the beginning, but he hadn't been there before. 2 days ago, he didn't go back at noon and just rested there. During this time, he got to know quite a few teachers. Mr. Li, Professor Li, As soon as he entered the office, two of his colleagues greeted Li Zixuan. Strictly speaking, they were also Li Zixuan's students. Recently, Li Zixuan's reputation in the directorate was like the sun in the sky. It was necessary to show some respect. Hee, Assistant Zhao, Assistant Mao, you two haven't gone home yet? Li Zixuan chuckled and greeted the two of them. One of them was from the Four Gates Martial School, while the other was from the Imperial College. Both of them were decent people. At the very least, they wouldn't rely on their seniority to show off in front of newcomers. No, it's raining so heavily. How can we go back? Yes, that's true. They chatted for a while. Seeing that there was still a long time before the afternoon training, Li Zixuan returned to his seat and began to grade the papers. Zhao and Mao saw this and looked at each other in surprise. Although Li Zixuan came to the office 2 days ago, he only chatted with them for a while before lying on the table and sleeping. Today, he came to work here. Did the sun rise from the west? Li Zixuan didn't care about what these two people thought. He picked up the vermilion brush and seriously graded the papers. It should be noted that the so-called vermilion brush was not a brush dipped in red ink, but a pigment made by grinding vermilion into powder. Its main chemical composition was mercury sulfide. Although this stuff was poisonous, it didn't dissolve in water and didn't evaporate easily. As long as it wasn't swallowed directly, it wouldn't be inhaled under normal circumstances. This was why Li Zixuan dared to use this stuff. While Li Zixuan was having an easy time, Kong Yingda was in complete misery. Old Kong had just finished his meal and returned to his single office. Just as he was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. Chancellor, open the door. Students are looking for you. Yes, Chancellor, quickly open the door. We are all looking for you. Kong Yingda heard the noise outside and frowned slightly. This was because he heard a few very familiar voices from the noisy crowd. The owners of these voices were all troublemakers from the directorate. Kong Yingda rubbed his head and got up to open the door. Chapter 195. Chancellor, I want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. I also want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Me too, me too. When Kong Yingda opened the door, he was instantly stupefied by the chattering bastards in front of him. Transfer to the School of Mathematics? Ever since the directorate was divided into 6 academies, there had never been such a transfer from the top to the bottom. Sun Zifen, are you sure you want to be transferred from the School of Imperial Studies to the School of Mathematics? Kong Yingda frowned and asked, I'm sure. Chancellor, can you quickly transfer me to the School of Mathematics? Sun Zifen hurriedly nodded his head excitedly. What about you guys? Kong Yingda was in disbelief as he looked at the other students and asked, Chancellor, we all want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Kong Yingda was completely stupefied at this moment. He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly putting on a stern face and berating sternly Sun Zifen, who instigated all of you to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Sun Zifen said with a blank face, Chancellor, no one instigated us. We all did it willingly. Yes, we all did it willingly. Kong Yingda asked with an ugly expression. Then, do all of your elders know? Cough. My father still doesn't know. Sun Zifen coughed awkwardly. Transferring academies is an important matter. You all must discuss it with your elders. If they agree, then I will allow you all to do it. If they don't agree, then you all must reflect on your own actions today. Kong Yingda's thoughts turned and decided to drag it out like this. Otherwise, if so many students were to be transferred to the School of Mathematics all of a sudden, wouldn't that be a complete mess? Moreover, although these students were muddle-headed, Kong Yingda didn't believe that their fathers would also do muddle-headed things. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and smiled as he agreed. Chancellor is right. I will go home today and ask for my father's opinion. After saying that, he bid farewell to the other wastrels and left. Kong Ingda's eyelids twitched fiercely as he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Li Zishuan marked the test papers for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he went to another classroom to prepare for the training session for the instructors. In the office, the other two teaching assistants naturally followed him. The afternoon training session was surprisingly smooth. After a little more than 2 hours, the last bit of pinyin knowledge was taught. Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was finally done with his work. In the future, he could continue to live a leisurely life. After the teachers finished asking their questions, Li Zishuan dismissed the class in advance. He packed up his teaching materials in high spirits and prepared to go home. In this terrible weather, he should be cooped up at home teasing his servant girl. Instead, he came out to give a lecture. God knows if his brain was flooded with water. I want to go home. I want to go home. Li Zishuan's brain was now dominated by the strong desire to go home. As for the teacher's pinyin knowledge test, Kong Ingda was naturally responsible for it. Dr. Li, please wait. Just when Li Zishuan finished packing up his things and was preparing to leave, he heard Kong Ingda's voice. Li Zishuan secretly cursed his bad luck. Chancellor Kong, is there anything else? Li Zishuan stopped and asked, Dr. Li, Sun Zifen, and the other students from the Imperial College want to be transferred to the Institute of Mathematics. Do you know about this? Kong Ingda chased after him and asked with a serious face. Li Zishuan opened his eyes wide in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief as he asked, There is such a thing? That is really strange. I have never heard of such a strange thing. Could it be that Chancellor is purposely making fun of me? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that it had anything to do with him. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was the group of students who wanted to cause trouble. Kong Ingda saw Li Zishuan's exaggerated expression and frowned. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Oh, then forget it. You can go now. Dr. Li. Okay. Outside, San Bao had already brought the carriage over. Li Zishuan took off his straw rain cape and got on the carriage. The carriage moved slowly and gradually out of the Imperial College and into the drizzling streets of Chang. And Li Zishuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some hot water. He looked at the rain outside the window and was lost in thought. This scene reminded him of a modern poem, Dai Wangshu's Rainy Alley. It was a pity that he didn't have a girl with the same color and fragrance as a lilac beside him. All right, to put it more simply, this guy was starting to miss his wife again. Sigh. Ancient times have their good points, and modern times have their good points. Ancient beauties are pure and natural, and ancient beauties are more charming. Modern times have all kinds of high-tech. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, when you miss your wife, you can send her a message, call her, or even accept a video call. Li Zishuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after experiencing so many years of long-distance love in modern times, he would still have to endure the pain of a long-distance love for a few months after transmigrating to ancient times. Although this so-called long-distance love was only a few dozen miles away, due to secular etiquette, this few dozen miles was a gap that he and Han Yushi could not cross in these few months. Young master, we are home. Just as Li Zishuan was lost in his thoughts, the carriage arrived at the Li residence. Li Zishuan came back to his senses. He got off the carriage and took the oil paper umbrella from San Bao. He walked alone to the west courtyard. San Bao looked at Li Zishuan's back and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his young master was a little off today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. "Young master, you are back. She will go to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for you to get rid of the cold." When he returned to the west courtyard, he met Shi as soon as he entered the house. The little girl went up to Li Zishuan to wipe the rain off his face as she went to get the ginger soup for Li Zishuan. "Don't. Shi," Li Zishuan called out softly. Shi could hear that her young master's voice was a little off. She was startled and asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" No, young master." It was Li Zishuan who turned around and hugged Shi tightly. The little girl was shocked by this sudden attack. She instinctively wanted to twist her body and break free from his embrace, but he hugged her even tighter. "Don't move. Let me hug you quietly for a while," Li Zishuan said softly. Shi saw that Li Zishuan was only hugging her and did not do anything out of line. The little girl felt relieved and stopped moving. She let Li Zishuan hug her quietly. After an unknown period of time, she felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. After a while, she heard the sound of even breathing. It turned out that Li Zishuan had fallen asleep while hugging her. The smell on this little girl's body was simply too nice. Luckily, they were not standing too far away from the bed. She dragged Li Zishuan onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. The little girl saw the tired look on her young master's face and couldn't help but cry. She sobbed softly at the side. "Woo, young master, you have worked hard." Chapter 196. Shi, why did Xian go to sleep the moment he came back? Madame Li came to the west courtyard in the evening to look for her son, but was told by Shi that Li Zishuan had already fallen asleep. Madame Li could not help but ask in surprise, "Madam, young master has been too tired these few days, and young master seems to be missing young mistress." Shi's face turned red as she spoke. Madame Li froze for a moment, just as she wanted to ask Shi how she knew that Li Zishuan missed his wife. She saw Shi's flushed face. Madame Li instantly thought that something must have happened between her son and this servant girl. However, as a mother, she did not dare to say too much about this matter. In any case, her son would definitely not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, she shook her head, looked at Shi strangely, and left. At the same time, she thought that her son's wedding date should be set earlier, so that she could hug her chubby grandson earlier. Madam, it's not what you think." When she saw Madame Li's strange gaze, she immediately came to a realization. She knew that Madame Li must have misunderstood, so she quickly explained. However, Madame Li was not going to listen to this explanation. "Xian, come. You didn't eat last night. Eat more today." In the morning, Li Zishuan was woken up by hunger. He only managed to make it in time to have breakfast with his mother. Yes. Thank you, mother," Li Zishuan said vaguely as he stuffed food into his mouth. "You child, why are you being so courteous with me? My son has been working hard in the Imperial College these few days. Mother will make something good for you in the afternoon," Madame Li said with a smile. Yes. What else could Li Zishuan say? He could only nod his head, happily. "Xian, your wedding date with Yushi has been set. Taoist Qingxian said that the 25th of next month is an auspicious day and is suitable for marriage. Your father, Hanli, and I are discussing. Although time is a little tight with the manpower and resources of our Li family, we can definitely prepare it. Therefore, we have set your wedding date on the 25th of next month." Madame Li looked at her son and said kindly. Li Zishuan widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment, he reacted and said excitedly, Yes, yes, this is great. Mother, I thought I would have to wait for at least 2 months. Ha, look at how anxious you are. Xian, when you have a wife in the future, are you going to forget about mother? Mrs. Li couldn't help but tease her son when she saw that he couldn't wait to get married. How could I? Mother, don't worry. You will always be the most important person in my heart. Little rascal. Li Zishuan didn't have to go to school today, and after hearing such good news in the morning, he instantly forgot about the sadness in the rain yesterday afternoon. Now he was in the mood to go out and have fun. However, there were only a few places he could go. After thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to go to the workshop to check on the progress of the dictionary and newspaper compilation, as well as the development of the paper machine. Good morning, boss. As soon as he entered the workshop, a servant came over to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and looked at the group of people surrounding the east side of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are they doing?" "Boss, I heard that the paper machine was completed yesterday afternoon. Today, Manager Fu and young Master Yen are trying it out." The servant replied respectfully. Oh, Li Zishuan was delighted. With Yen Xiaoning involved in the development of the paper machine, the progress was indeed much faster. He was really lucky today. "Go ahead, I'll go over there and take a look." Li Zishuan waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk over. "Xiao Da, control the horse's speed." "Zhang Xiaohua, go and fill the pulp pool." "Guolu, go and lead the ox." As soon as he got close to the crowd, he heard Yen Xiaoning giving out orders like a marshal. "Look, paper is coming out. The paper is so big, and the paper is coming out so fast. The thickness of the paper is also quite uniform. According to this speed, it will probably only take a few breaths of time for one cut of paper to come out, right? Generally, one cut of paper refers to 100 sheets. Yes, yes." As soon as Li Zishuan squeezed into the crowd, he saw a huge and cumbersome machine standing in the open space on the east side of the workshop. The monster-like machine, under the pull of the animal, made ka-ka sounds of parts rubbing against each other. The paper was quickly coming out of the paper outlet. There were wooden shelves under the paper outlet. After the paper was sent to the shelves, the craftsman immediately took the paper to the side to dry it. Overall, the paper production efficiency was very high. Success. Great, we did it. Seeing that the paper machine could come out normally for 15 minutes, the group of craftsmen standing beside Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but cheer excitedly. God knows how much effort they had put in over the past few days. "Xiaoning." Li Zishuan saw that their excitement was almost over and walked over. "Xiao Xian, why are you here?" "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, boss." "Congratulations. This paper machine will be the cornerstone of our Tang Dynasty's education industry in the future. The effort you have put in today will be enough to leave your names in history. In the future, every piece of paper used by the scholars of our Tang Dynasty will be credited to you. All of you are good." Li Zishuan looked at the true technical backbone of the workshop in front of him. Among them, the older ones already had white hair, while the younger ones had just turned 20. As craftsmen, they lived at the bottom of society, but their creativity was comparable to a regular army. They deserved to be respected. Looking at them, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of the scientists in his previous life who worked hard on the front lines of research. They also worked hard, but a lifetime of research couldn't even compare to the money a celebrity could earn from acting in a movie. At the thought of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but shout. He felt injustice for the craftsmen. "Oh, we are good." Li Zishuan's words made the craftsmen's blood boil. They worked overtime because Li Zishuan treated them extremely well in the workshop, so they wanted to repay him. They had never imagined that the thing they made would have such great meaning behind it. Thus, these craftsmen couldn't help but cheer. All the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper machine will be rewarded with 2 strings of cash. Now, go back and have a good rest. Your health is your greatest asset. Li Zishuan looked at the craftsmen in front of him. Although most of them had excited expressions, the exhaustion in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Thus, he hurriedly had them go back and rest. Hearing that they would be rewarded with 2 strings of cash, the craftsmen who had just been satisfied on a spiritual level were now satisfied on a material level. They bowed and expressed their thanks. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, young master." Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Go and rest." Chapter 197. In the workshop of the strange interest pavilion, the craftsmen dispersed. Li Zishuan followed Faubert and Yen Xiaoning to a room and said, "Brother Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work these days." Faubert politely waved his hand and said, "It's no trouble at all." Yen Xiaoning, on the other hand, snorted in dissatisfaction. "It's really hard work. You were the one who came up with this idea. Logically speaking, you're the most suitable person to do this, and you'll be the fastest. But you just had to be lazy and leave everything to Faubert, causing us to work so hard." Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Why did this guy's tone sound like a disgruntled housewife? But when he heard the second half of Yen Xiaoning's sentence, he immediately complained, "Brother Xiaoning, I didn't slack off these 2 days. Recently, I've been teaching pinyin to the instructors of the Imperial College. I'm almost as tired as a dog." Yen Xiaoning was teased and laughed. He pretended to size up Li Zishuan, and then teased, "Hey, little Xian, you really do look a little like a dog now." Uffed. Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unhappily, "Chow, get lost." After joking around for a while, Li Zishuan began to talk business with Yen Xiaoning and the others. "Brother Xiaoning, how much is the output of our paper machine and the cost of producing paper?" Hearing this, Yen Xiaoning closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then he opened his eyes and said, "According to my preliminary estimation, the paper production efficiency of a paper machine is about 30 to 40 times that of manual labor. Moreover, the paper produced by the paper machine has a uniform thickness and is more delicate. The quality seems to be better than the current Xian paper. Overall, the cost of our paper is about 20 copper coins per cut. As far as I know, the cost of paper for other paper mills in Chang and is about 500 copper coins per cut. Moreover, their paper is still in short supply. When the time comes, not only will our paper be cheaper than theirs, but the quality will also be better. I believe that once our workshop starts producing at full capacity, the traditional Xian paper will be completely replaced by our paper." Hearing Yen Xiaoning's confident words, Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the paper production cost could be reduced to 1/25th of the original through the paper machine. It was really amazing. Marx said that if capital had 50% profit, it would risk everything. If it had 100% profit, it would dare to break all the laws of the world. If it had 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If Li Zishuan sold the paper from the workshop at the price of ordinary paper, he would earn more than 25 times the profit. This huge profit was enough to make anyone go crazy. The 3 people in the room gradually thought of this. The 3 of them were shocked by the high profit, and their breathing became rapid. Li Zishuan shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The purpose of his paper machine wasn't to make money, but to let the poor be able to read. It wasn't that he was a saint or that there was something wrong with his brain. It was just that he had promised Ma Zhou that He would let everyone in Tang be able to read. Li Zixuan had to do what he said. As for money, it was something that he couldn't earn in his lifetime. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. Brother shouting, "Faubert, our new paper can't be sold at an expensive price. My original intention of inventing the paper machine wasn't to make money. In my opinion, the price of the new paper should be set at 30 to 40 copper coins per cut. What do you think?" Li Zixuan used 20% of his internal energy and said in a deep voice, "Wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of such a huge profit, even Faubert and Yen Xiaoning almost lost their minds, let alone the others." Absolutely not. Young master, if you set the price like this, wouldn't you offend all the paper mills in the world? At that time, a large number of craftsmen will lose their jobs. Faubert had just been awakened by Li Zixuan's shout and heard Li Zixuan's shocking price. His heart trembled, and he quickly dissuaded him. "Yeah, Xiaoxian, if you set the price like this, it will be a devastating blow to the rice paper mills." Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but say. Li Zixuan frowned. Faubert and Yen Xiaoning's thoughts were still somewhat stubborn and conservative. During the first industrial revolution in England, it also had a devastating impact on the traditional handicraft industry. In the end, large machinery production replaced the inefficient handicraft industry, which also caused a large number of traditional craftsmen to lose their jobs. But didn't England survive in the end? Not only that, England also became the world's largest country after the first industrial revolution. Shouting, "Faubert, in the future, our workshop will have batches and batches of new technology. At that time, do you still want us to adapt to the backward handicraft production of this era? The purpose of our development of new technology is to break the inefficient and backward technology of the current era. As the era progresses, so does technology. We should let people catch up and adapt to the pace of our new technology. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting and there is no sympathy. Our Strange Taste Pavilion workshop must lead the new technology trend and promote the technological innovation of the entire Tang Dynasty." Li Zixuan felt that he had to correct Yen Xiaoning and Faubert's thoughts. These two were the top technical backbone of the workshop. If their thoughts were shackled and they did things fearfully, it wouldn't be good for the development of the workshop. Good. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. Li Zixuan, I've underestimated you. Just when Faubert and Yen Xiaoning were still immersed in Li Zixuan's enlightening impromptu speech, Li Er's laughter came from outside the room. Li Zixuan was speechless. Why did the people of the old Li family like to eavesdrop on others? Last time, it was Li Chongqian. This time, it was Li Er himself. This father and son pair was really unique. After Li Er's laughter came, he pushed open the door and entered without any hesitation. Empress Zhongsun was accompanying him. In the room, Faubert and Yen Xiaoning finally reacted. Both of them were shocked and quickly bowed. "Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty." Li Zixuan was helpless and could only follow suit. Although he hadn't seen Zhongsun before, this woman could wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe beside Li Zixuan. Moreover, Yen Xiaoning just said that this was the empress. He, Li Zixuan, wasn't stupid. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. "Ha, all rise. Li Zixuan, come here. I just heard you say that the cost of your new paper is only 20 copper coins. Is this true?" Li Zixuan was speechless. "Didn't you eavesdrop just now? Why are you still asking when you already know the answer? You're really too free. Your Majesty, this is only our initial estimate of the cost. However, the final result is not far off. Even though he was cursing crazily in his heart, Li Zixuan could only answer obediently. Chapter 198. Good, good. With your cheap and high-quality paper and the upcoming Pinyin version of the Tang Dynasty dictionary, I estimate that in less than 5 years, the scholars of Tang Dynasty will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is a great achievement for the present and benefits for the future. Li Er sat at the head of the table with Zhang Sun and couldn't help but praise. Zhang Sun smiled and said, I congratulate your Majesty. Hundreds of years ago, Qin Huang and Han Wu failed to achieve the great cause of educating the people. Now, your Majesty is likely to achieve it. Haha, the Empress is right. Li Er was delighted and was very proud. Li Zixuan curled his lips. You didn't invent the paper-making machine and Pinyin, so what are you so proud of? Also, is it really okay for you husband and wife to flatter each other and show off your love in public? Aren't you just bullying me because I haven't married yet? When I get married, I will pull my wife along every day and show off my love in front of you. Yesterday, I heard that your workshop had made a paper-making machine, so I brought the Empress to see the effects of this thing. I didn't expect it to be so much beyond my expectations. Li Zixuan, your workshop has done well this time. Later, do a summary of the relevant personnel and submit it to me. I will reward all of them. The first part was all nonsense, which made Li Zixuan roll his eyes. However, the last part of Li Er's sentence was very conscientious. Li Zixuan was invigorated when he heard it. He quickly put on an act and cupped his hands and said, On behalf of the workshop's 3,000 craftsmen, I thank your Majesty for your kindness. Uffed. Li Er spat out a mouthful of tea and immediately choked. He said in a bad mood, What 3,000 craftsmen? I am talking about the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper-making machine. Are you going to report all the craftsmen in the workshop? Replying to your Majesty, the development of the paper-making machine, whether it was the smallest part or the huge wheel, whether it was the logistics or the front line of production, there were countless craftsmen in the workshop. The reason why the paper machine can be made in such a short time is definitely not something that can be done by just a few dozen people. It can't be done without the efforts of every craftsman. Although Li Zixuan's words were a little exaggerated, they were basically the truth. The structure of the paper machine was not simple. To be able to make it in such a short time was really a miracle. However, behind every so-called miracle, there were countless people who worked hard in silence. This time was no exception. He had just learned from Yan Xiaoning that during the few days of the paper-making machine's development, the entire workshop was in a state of overload. All the craftsmen in the workshop were dedicating themselves to the development of the paper-making machine. Among them, some were at the front desk, directly responsible for research and development, but most were behind the scenes. They were all on standby 24 hours a day, providing the most reliable logistical support for the research and development personnel at the front desk in all aspects. It was this kind of fighting spirit that led to the success of the paper-making machine in such a short time. After listening, Li Zixuan was silent for a long time. He could also see that when Li Zixuan said those words, there was sincerity in his eyes. It was easy to reward 30 people, but how could he reward 3,000 people? But if he didn't reward them, then where would he put his face as the emperor? To be honest, Li Zixuan was really in a dilemma. Your Majesty, I think that it would be better to let the 3,000 craftsmen in this workshop work under the general works supervisor. They are different from ordinary general works supervisors in that they are only in name. Normally, they still work in the men's workshop in Lee County. Secondly, His Majesty would bestow upon them some scattered official positions, such as generals and scholars. In this way, these craftsmen would at least have an official position, and no one would look down upon them in the future. What do you think, Your Majesty? Seeing that Li Zixuan was in a dilemma, Zhang Sun had a bright idea and suggested. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. This Zhang Sun was indeed worthy of the title of Great Tang's virtuous empress. She really saw the problem very clearly. Her analysis was right. At present, the craftsmen in the workshop lacked the recognition of the outside world the most. Otherwise, they would still be the craftsmen living at the bottom. He raised his eyes and secretly glanced at Zhang Sun. He saw her sitting high in the seat of honor. Her facial features were beautiful, her body was graceful, and her bones revealed a graceful aura. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. I don't know how Li Zixuan got lucky to marry such a perfect wife. Good, good, the Empress is right. Li Zixuan, what do you think of this? Li Zixuan smiled happily. Li Zixuan quickly replied, I have no objection. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Zixuan slapped the table and said, Good, I will write the decree later. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert looked at each other and couldn't help but be happy. Li Zixuan, Yan Xiaoning, Fu Yuanqi, when the Tang dictionary is finished, I will reward the three of you separately. Li Zixuan was very generous today. He had just rewarded 3,000 people, and now he promised to reward the three of them. Li Zixuan really didn't know what was wrong with Li Zixuan, but if there were benefits to be gained, only a fool would refuse. He, Yan Xiaoning, and Faubert went forward to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zixuan nodded happily. He was really happy today. No one could understand the great significance of the paper machine better than him. It could destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families. Li Zixuan, you said before that under the rolling wheel of time, whoever can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting and there is no sympathy. I agree with this very much. Do it boldly. I am looking forward to what this workshop will change Tang Dynasty into in the future. I joined the army when I was young and was about to conquer the world. I like your drive to forge ahead. Li Zixuan's blood was boiling. He thought to himself that today's trip wasn't in vain. Li Zixuan couldn't help but be excited when old Li was so sure of his radical thinking. He went forward and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I believe that the changes that the workshop will bring to Tang Dynasty in the future will definitely surprise Your Majesty. Zhang Sun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Your Majesty, this child is young, but his tone is really big. Li Zixuan held Zhang Sun's hand and stood up with a smile. Li Zixuan, I will wait and see. Farewell, Your Majesty, farewell. The few people in the room bowed again. Xiaoxian, we did well this time. I guess it won't be long before our workshop is famous in Chang, and right? Not only that, this time we gained both fame and profit. Li Zixuan laughed and said, You are satisfied with just this? Don't worry. There will be more opportunities in the future to make you even more satisfied. Chapter 199. Hey, Xiaoning, I still want to make another type of paper machine. Hey, don't go. Come and take a look. Li Zixuan suddenly thought of toilet paper. Now that the paper machine had been made, he only needed to add a scraper to it to make toilet paper. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yan Xiaoning to make a toilet paper machine. Who knew that this guy would turn around? and leave before he finished listening. Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Buffed, it's easy for you to say that. We worked tirelessly for so many days to make a paper machine, and you want to do something new? If you're so good, then do it. Don't call me. I have to go back and rest. Yan shouting spat in exasperation. Cough, cough, shouting, listen to me first. This paper machine doesn't need to be troublesome. Its general structure is similar to the paper machine you made before. It's just that its dryer is more special. It's a dryer with a large diameter. On the other side of the dryer, there's a scraper to remove the wrinkles from the paper. Li Zishuan pulled Yan Shouting and explained. Yan Shouting was puzzled. If you do it this way, won't the paper be soft and fluffy? How do you write on this kind of paper? Faubert thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, young master, the paper you make can't be used at all. Li Zishuan immediately retorted. Who said it can't be used? This kind of paper is soft and fluffy. Wouldn't it be extremely comfortable to use it to wipe but in the toilet? Yan Shouting's face was full of black lines. He was really speechless towards Li Zishuan. Don't you have toilet paper chips to use in the toilet? Why do you have to do this? Li Zishuan stomped his feet. Damn, the toilet paper is so hard. How do you use it? How can it be more comfortable than this soft paper? This was the most unacceptable thing for Li Zishuan after he transmigrated. He could live without a computer or a phone, but he couldn't live without toilet paper. Why the F***CK? Do you want me to use bamboo to wipe but then what do you usually use in the toilet, young master? Faubert couldn't help but ask. Cough, cough. I asked someone to make the rice paper soft before using it, but this is really troublesome, Li Zishuan said after thinking for a while. Faubert and Yan Shouting suddenly felt a toothache. They really wanted to beat him up. What a waste. You brat, you're simply a refined scum. Yan Shouting couldn't help but point at Li Zishuan's nose and scold. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and felt very helpless. Isn't it just wiping your ass with a piece of paper? It's so normal. Is there a need for that? In the end, Yan Shouting agreed to Li Zishuan's request. There was no other reason other than Li Zishuan saying that this thing could also make a lot of money. After reducing the cost of paper, Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as paper could be mass-produced, many of his later plans could be carried out smoothly. Well, the most important thing was that the toilet paper problem was solved. He could finally see the most commonly used industrial product in ancient times. This made him feel a little closer. After leaving the room, Li Zishuan went to the back hall. He wanted to see how Ma Zhou and the others were progressing. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw that there was an earth-shattering change inside. Dozens of tables were arranged in the hall. Each table was piled with all kinds of information. Then, dozens of middle-aged scholars were bent over the tables, carefully checking and recording. These must be the scholars sent by Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Li Zishuan's arrival didn't cause any waves. Perhaps in these people's eyes, Li Zishuan wasn't as important as the documents in their hands. Lord Zhu, you're here? Ma Zhou quietly came up to greet him. Li Zishuan nodded and also said softly, Yes, Brother Ma, let's talk somewhere else. Everyone here was busy with their own things. Li Zishuan really didn't have the heart to break the silence. When they came to the next room, the two of them sat down. Li Zishuan asked, Brother Ma, how is the compilation of the dictionary going? Ma Zhou cupped his hands and answered, Lord Zhu, His Highness the Crown Prince, and His Highness the King of Wei attached great importance to this matter. They sent a total of 12 scholars. A few days ago, the compilation of the dictionary was fully launched. Currently, it is steadily being carried out. Brother Ma, did these scholars deliberately make things difficult for you? Were they arrogant and rude? Ma Zhou looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated and said, "They didn't make things difficult. The compilation of the dictionary is more important than anything else. Presumably, Crown Prince and King of Wei have already told them. However, most of these scholars are knowledgeable people. They are more or less arrogant. I can understand." Li Zixuan frowned slightly. He had deliberately emphasized to Li Chengqian and Li Tai that the main person in charge of the compilation of the dictionary was Ma Zhou. He didn't expect that when it came to the final moment, those people would secretly look down on Ma Zhou. "Brother Ma, who has been rude to you before? Tell me. I will tell Crown Prince and King of Wei." Li Zixuan had always attached great importance to Ma Zhou. Now, how could he sit by and do nothing? Ma Zhou quickly waved his hand and said, "Lord Zhu, there is no need to do this. Ma Zhou is just a commoner. Those scholars belong to the rank 6 imperial residence or the Eastern Palace. It is natural for me to be looked down on. However, I should be the one to fight back. Ma Zhou believes that with his talent and knowledge, I will definitely be able to make these scholars look down on me." Ma Zhou's meaning was clear. He would get back the face he lost in the future. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Ma is so bold. Just based on this point, those scholars can't compare to Brother Ma. Lord Zhu, you flatter me. Haha, that's good. If Brother Ma needs help in the future, just let me know. Oh, the workshop has finished the papermaking machine today. Our paper cost has been greatly reduced. Brother Ma, you can start the newspaper and the copying of ancient books. The most basic and most important technology of Chitsu culture had been prepared. The copying of ancient books for sale and the publishing of newspapers had been completed. There were no more obstacles. Yes, Lord Zhu is right. I have heard about the trial production of the papermaking machine today. I am also preparing for it. A few days ago, I have selected 10 ancient books from the King of Wei's residence. We can start printing them. In less than 5 days, we can print 400 to 500 books and sell them at Chitsu Culture Bookstore. Ma Zhou spoke slowly as if everything was under his control. Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. Yes, that's great. Brother Ma, it seems that we will be able to let all the scholars in Tang be able to read books soon. Ma Zhou said happily, "That is true. Every time I think about participating in the cause of universal education, I am very excited. Now that I think about it, joining the workshop was probably the best decision I have made in my life. Oh, by the way, according to Lord Zhu's previous suggestion, I have made a new edition of the newspaper. Lord Zhu, do you think it is suitable?" Chapter 200. In the back hall of the workshop, Li Zixuan's eyes lit up when he heard Ma Zhou say that he had made a new edition of the newspaper. He said impatiently, "Brother Ma, let me take a look." "Please wait a moment. Lord Zhu." Ma Zhou replied and went to get the materials. After a while, he came back in and handed Li Zixuan a stack of papers. "Lord Zhu, this is the new edition of the newspaper. Please take a look." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded as he took the papers. He opened them and looked at them carefully. Detailed explanation of punctuation. This was the first section of the newspaper. It seemed that Ma Zhou had thought about it thoroughly. He wanted people to accept punctuation as soon as possible. Next was the interactive section of the literati. Li Zixuan had said that this section could be written in classical Chinese. The content and format were not much different from last time. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects to His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were all under His Majesty's control. Explanation of Jingguan law. It is said, man, 3 talents and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Zishuan felt that this section was boring. He thought to himself, I'll leave this section for the literati of Tang Dynasty to spit at each other. In any case, this young master will not read it in the future. The second section was the current news. Li Zishuan was excited. He wanted to see what Ma Zhou would write this time. As soon as he saw it, he could not take his eyes off it. Shocking. Murderer is so deranged, exterminating an entire family. This content was considered normal. It only talked about a massacre that had just been solved in Xinfeng County not long ago. The process was quite complicated. As Ma Zhou did not use classical Chinese this time, Li Zishuan was very interested. He carefully read the whole story. Next article. The drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. When Li Zishuan saw the title, he thought that the drunken scholar had used the alcohol to force himself on the brothel's top courtesan. But when he looked down, he immediately vomited blood. It turned out that the drunken scholar had drunk too much and had the urge to pee, so he had peed on the side of the road. Who knew that the brothel's top courtesan had seen him and scolded the scholar for being vulgar. As a result, the two had an argument, which finally alarmed the Chang and Marshal Marquis Chang. And Wu Ho rushed to the widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night, and the reason was actually like this. Seeing this title, you will definitely think that Wu Ho went to the widow's house to have an affair, right? Li Zishuan also thought so at first, but in the end, it was not the case. Wu Ho only went to the widow's house to put out the fire, and from the beginning to the end, it was just a piece of news about a fire. Shocking! A woman actually dared to do such a thing in broad daylight. What is it? You must have thought it was something embarrassing, right? In the end, the woman's skill was just a bit better, and she met a thief on the street. She was not robbed by the thief, but instead captured the thief. Shocking! Shocking! Men will be silent, women will cry. All right, after reading up to this point, Li Zishuan was already immune to it. As expected, the content was just a notice that Chitsu culture was offering a large sum of money for a literary competition. Ma Zhou was F***king, trying to stir up trouble. After seeing the current news section, Li Zishuan was really shocked, and his mouth was wide open. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Ma Zhou, Brother 666666666, tomorrow please come to the UC Shock department to work. Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Ma Zhou, who had received a traditional Confucian education, would be able to use the shocking words he had said last time, and so quickly learn how to use it. This was simply too much of a prank, okay? He wondered if Li Er would come and kill him if he knew that his future prime minister had been trained to such a state by him. How is it? How is it? Lord Zhu. When Ma Zhou saw that Li Zishuan had finished reading the current news section, he hurriedly asked with a face full of expectation for this new version of the current news. He had pondered over the words Li Zishuan had said that day for a long time before he understood some of the essence, and then he tried to change it into this. Li Zishuan covered his face and said, Okay. Brother Ma, your change this time is really great. This little brother really admires you. Just print it like this. The faster the better. Now, we can make our own paper. You better have Master Lu arrange for the first batch of newspapers to be printed within these 2 days. The first batch of newspapers should be printed in 1,000 copies. When the time comes, remember to recruit a group of children from poor families to help sell the newspapers. Li Zishuan was a little flustered at this moment, He was originally such an excellent and honest, great scholar. How did he become like this? Whose fault is it? Anyway, it's not my fault. This young master didn't mean to be like this. Ma Zhou felt that Li Zixuan's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was at the moment. So he could only agree. Yes, Lord Zhu, now the workshop has a lot of ready-made technologies. I estimate that I can rush out the first batch of newspapers tomorrow, and by the morning of the day after tomorrow, it can be sold in Chang and City. Li Zixuan nodded. He had introduced another modern product into the Tang Dynasty. In the future, when he had nothing to do at home, he could read the newspaper. In this era where entertainment and culture were extremely lacking, to be able to lie on the chair and read the newspaper was already a great enjoyment for Li Zixuan. Brother Ma, newspapers and dictionaries are the most important things in the future of Qizhu culture. During this period of time, you have to work hard and pay attention to these two things. After this period of busy, you can go and find a group of assistants. As long as you think that it's suitable, no matter how much it costs, you have to hire them. This way, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Li Zixuan instructed. Thank you for your concern, Lord Zhu. Li Zixuan couldn't be bothered to read the last section of Dahua Jianghu, although he had high hopes for this section because he could read novels from here in the future. But currently, there was only one novel written by him, so it wasn't very interesting to read it. After a while, when someone submitted a novel, he would pay more attention to this section. When he thought about it, countless scholars would fight to submit to Qizhu culture, and countless wonderful novels would appear. He just had to stay at home, sleep on the chair, and listen to Xiao Shi softly reading the novel to him. If he was happy listening to the novel, he would spend a lot of money and give the novel author a big reward, so that he could quickly release more chapters for him. Damn, this kind of life, just thinking about it makes me feel good, right? This is the life of a nouveau riche second-generation otaku. Li Zixuan couldn't help but drool as he thought about it. He seemed to have discovered something amazing. Chapter 201. Selling Newspapers. Selling Newspapers. Freshly printed Tang daily. Only 5 copper coins per copy. 5 copper coins won't make you lose out or get scammed, but you can buy a big Tang daily. Brother, do you want to buy one? After spending the weekend happily at home, Li Zixuan sat in a carriage early in the morning and headed to class at the Imperial College. Inside the carriage, he could hear the sound of children hawking newspapers outside. Li Zixuan asked San Bao to stop the carriage first. He looked out through the window and saw 4 or 5 children wearing blue shirts with the logo of queer culture on them. They were holding newspapers and riding on scooters. They were peddling newspapers on the streets and alleys of Chang and City. This was one of the benefits for the children of Qizhu culture who sold newspapers. They usually had scooters as a means of transportation. If they sold newspapers for 3 months in a row, the scooters would be given to them for free. This directly led to the long queue in front of the workshop when they were recruiting paperboys yesterday. Later, Ma Zhou only picked 40 to 50 clever children after much deliberation. Hey, which family are you from? What the hell is this newspaper? What's in it? At this time, he heard a man speaking in a rough voice. Uncle, this newspaper has articles by great scholars and some interesting things that have happened around Chang. And recently, there are also some novels serialized in it. It's very interesting. Oh, I'm not interested in the articles by great scholars, but I want to read the novels. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Here, Uncle, for you. 5 copper coins per copy. This newspaper is so big, and the words on it are all engraved and printed. It's only 5 copper coins. Kid, did you remember wrongly? Don't go back, and your shopkeeper will punish you just because you remembered wrongly. This person was still a conscientious person and was not willing to take advantage of a child. He opened the newspaper and was immediately shocked by the size of the newspaper. Such a big newspaper must be worth more than 5 copper coins. That's right. Could it be that you remembered wrongly? Even if there's nothing written on such a big piece of rice paper, it's still worth more than 5 copper coins. At this moment, a passerby walked over and looked at the newspaper in the burly man's hand. The paper boy politely bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, uncles. But this newspaper is only sold for 5 copper coins per copy, so it can't be wrong. This was personally instructed by our manager. Oh my, is your manager an idiot? This is obviously a losing business. TSK, quickly give me a copy. Let's not talk about what's written on it first. 5 copper coins for such a big piece of paper. When I go back and paste it on the wall, it will show that I'm a cultured person. Uffed. Dumbo, you're such a disgrace. Little doll, give me a copy too. My ergo doll is studying in a school in Chang, and he is literate. I'll buy it for him to read the essays of the great Confucian scholars. While you're at it, read the novels to me. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Butcher Zhao, you're here to show off your air. Go doll again. Ha ha ha. Li Zixuan shook his head. This was the first time these people bought a newspaper, and they bought it for the cheap price. It was really, Senbao, let's go. Let's go to the Imperial College. Li Zixuan said aloud. The people who bought the newspaper, now, were just some people who liked the novelty. The real popularity of the newspaper was definitely not because of these people. However, this was a good start. With this first batch of people taking the initiative to promote, the follow-up effect would be better. Yes, young master. Senbao replied, and the carriage continued to move slowly. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. In this weekly exam, there are a total of 3 people who scored full marks. They are Li Tai, Ku Shiqing, and Iron Egg. There are 2 people who scored 99. They are Zheng Ziren and Meng Wenhao. These students are the top 5 of this weekly exam. Excellent. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Li Zixuan stood on the podium and looked at the report card in his hand and said he felt that it was a pity for Meng Wenhao. This kid wrote a step that was slightly ambiguous in a proof question. Li Zixuan thought about it again and deducted 1 point from him. As a result, this unlucky kid would not be able to get into the top 3. Clap, clap, clap. The students in the classroom, regardless of what they were thinking, whether they were jealous or not, all of them applauded together with Li Zixuan. Although Meng Wenhao was a little annoyed, he had just looked at the paper that was handed out. There were indeed some small problems in that part of the paper. He was sincerely convinced by the deduction of 1 point. As for the last 5 of this weekly exam, as the applause gradually stopped, Li Zixuan said loudly again. However, he deliberately paused for a moment and then looked at the back row. Chung Chumo's chrysanthemum. Ah no, his heart suddenly tightened. He then repeatedly winked at Li Zixuan, hinting him not to say it out loud. As for the last 5, I won't mention them today. You should know who they are. Ah no, you should know who they are. Li Zixuan's heavy breathing almost scared Chung Chumo to death. However, when he heard that Li Zixuan still did not mention his name, he could not help but feel a little happy. Here, this is the solution to the last question. Those who did it wrong, take a good look at it and clear your thoughts. You must make sure that you will not make a mistake the next time you encounter the same question. After a simple introduction of the results, Li Zixuan began to explain the test paper to them. The questions were relatively simple, so he explained them quickly. In less than one class, he had finished explaining. Damn, this is great. This novel is so F***king great. This brother is too good. Suddenly, a roar came from the classroom, scaring all the students. Li Zixuan was also a little startled, but then he became angry. He quickly found the source of the sound and shouted angrily, "What the hell?" Wang Meng, stand up. Wang Meng suddenly shivered. In fact, after he shouted, he had already sobered up. Now that he heard Li Zixuan's angry voice, how could he not know that he had already eaten a pill? Sir, I was wrong. Wang Meng's face was bitter, and his voice was trembling. Li Zixuan sneered. Humph, now you know you were wrong. What were you doing just now? Wang Meng hesitated and did not dare to say anything. Li Zixuan sternly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to quit school?" Wang Meng did not dare to hesitate anymore. He quickly took out a piece of paper from under his seat and said anxiously, Don't, sir, I'll tell you. I was reading a novel just now. This is what I bought from a newspaper boy on my way to school. It's called a newspaper. The other students looked at it curiously, wanting to know what kind of magical item this newspaper was. On the other hand, Li Zixuan's old face darkened. Of all his calculations, he did not expect that running a newspaper would make students addicted to novels and affect their studies. In modern times, bad students often did this in class. He did not expect to encounter it in ancient times as well. Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? Chapter 202. Inside the School of Mathematics. Li Zixuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Wang Meng was so scared that his heart was trembling. He had never seen Li Zixuan so angry before. Wang Meng, tell us how many points you got this time. Li Zixuan said with hatred. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he grinned and looked at Wang Meng with a gloating expression. Wang Meng replied weakly, Sir, this time I got 66 points. Li Zixuan slammed the table and said angrily, You only got 66 points and you didn't pay attention in class? If you can get full marks like Li Tai and Ku Shiqing, I won't criticize you even if you didn't pay attention. Are you serious? At this moment, Li Tai's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Li Zixuan's face was filled with black lines. This bastard never knew how to give him any face. Shut up. I'm talking about Wang Meng. Li Zixuan said angrily. Wang Meng couldn't be angry anymore. He said softly, Sir, I was wrong. Is the novel good? Li Zixuan asked fiercely. Yes. Sir, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's terrible. I was obsessed with it. Wang Meng was about to say that it was good, but he quickly changed his words. Li Zixuan nodded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was the one who wrote the novel. Wasn't Wang Meng scolding him by saying that? He couldn't stand it anymore. A piece of chalk hit Wang Meng's forehead accurately. Li Zixuan said even more angrily, Why did you read it if it wasn't good? You'll be standing in class today. Feeling wronged, Wang Meng scratched his head and thought to himself, I've already said so. Is it wrong? What did Sir mean by that? Ha ha. Wang Meng, what are you reading in class? Take it out and show it to me. During the break, Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zixuan wasn't in the classroom. He quickly went to Wang Meng and asked him for the newspaper. No, I won't be able to see it if I give it to you. Even though Wang Meng's legs hurt from standing for an entire class, his brain was still working fine. When he heard Cheng Chumo's words, he immediately reacted. He picked up the newspaper and hugged it tightly. Wang Meng, you're such a disloyal brat. I'm just looking at it. I don't want your newspaper. Take it out and show it to me. Chung Chumo was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey. That's right, that's right. Wang Meng, why don't you take it out and let everyone have a look? We definitely won't take yours. If it's really good, we'll go and buy another set. Yuchi Baolin chimed in. That's right, that's right. Take it out and let us have a look. We're all classmates. Don't be so stingy. Li Tai, the little fatty, also brought some students over to join in the fun. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He felt like he was alone. All right, I'll let you have a look, but you must remember to return it to me. I haven't finished reading it yet. Wang Meng could only reluctantly hand over the newspaper. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would be attacked by the crowd. Don't worry, don't you dare ask around. I, Chung Chumo, am the most trustworthy person in Chang and City. Chung Chumo waved his hand nonchalantly and said arrogantly. Then he couldn't wait to take the newspaper and sat down next to him to start reading. The surrounding students also curiously surrounded Chung Chumo and began to bend over to read the newspaper. Chonyo, turn the page. What's so good about this scholarly article? That's right, that's right. Time is of the essence. Let's read the rest of the novel. Wang Meng was so engrossed in it last class. Turn the page and let me see if this story is interesting or not. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and read the novel. Otherwise, class will start soon. All right. I, Chung Chumo, am not interested in these scholarly articles anyway. Chung Chumo felt that it made sense. Hence, he turned the page. Instantly, the words "a record of a mortal's journey" came into view. Wow, a record of a mortal's journey. Just the name alone sounds impressive. Cultivation? Could this novel be about cultivation? Could there really be people who can cultivate? I suddenly feel a surge of emotions. The students wanted to continue reading just by looking at the name of the novel. Chapter 1. A mountainside village. Dumbo's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering his body had already turned a deep yellow, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was also a faint musty smell. After a moment, Chung Chumo finished reading the first chapter. He smacked his lips and said doubtfully, I, Chung Chumo, don't feel that this first chapter is very interesting. How could Wang Meng have been so engrossed in it before? It's really ordinary. However, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to have some tricks up their sleeves. It seems like this world can really cultivate. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and read on. What they did not notice was that after Li Tai saw the title and the author of the novel, he curled his lips and secretly left the crowd. He had read this novel before, but he was very puzzled by the author's name on the newspaper. Chapter 2. Black Ox Town. This is a small town. Although it's called a small town, it's actually just a slightly larger town called Black Ox Town. Only those ignorant natives who live in the nearby ravines call it Black Ox Town. After a while, the surrounding students began to discuss again. This is interesting. I'm guessing that the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang will have an earth-shattering battle in the future. Let's fight. Old Cheng's saber is already thirsting for blood. Hurry up and read the next chapter. Seeing that the others were enjoying the novel, Wang Meng could not help but come over. He had also just finished reading the third chapter. Chapter 3. Seven Mysteries sect. The smell in the carriage was obviously not pleasant. It's no wonder that there were nearly 30 children squeezed into the carriage. Although a child is much smaller than an adult, it still makes the car unbearably crowded. Damn, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to be very powerful. Indeed, indeed. I just don't know if this Han Li will be able to pass the examination. It's a pity that it's gone. The author of this novel is really asking for a beating. He only wrote so little at a time. Mr. is here. Hurry up and leave. Immediately, all the students hurriedly returned to their original seats. Chung Chumo cleverly spread out the side of the newspaper that had the novel printed on it and directly spread it on Wang Meng's table. Then he immediately slipped away. IF***CK. Wang Meng looked at Chung Chumo and then looked at Li Zixuan, who had just entered. Immediately, he cursed Chung Chumo countless times in his heart and hoped that Li Zixuan would stop messing with him. Chapter 203. Li Zixuan went to the outhouse during the break. When he came back, he saw a group of people crowding around the classroom. When he walked to the door, the group of little bastards scattered like birds. He had good eyesight and naturally saw that Chung Chumo had tricked Wang Meng. However, he did not say anything this time. He only looked at Wang Meng indifferently and then continued with his lecture. Wang Meng hurriedly put away the newspaper and let out a big sigh of relief. He felt a little strange. He was not afraid of anything before, but when he faced Li Zixuan, he always felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Imperial College Building. Damn, awesome, awesome. Ziffin, quickly turn the page. In a corner of the building, a chubby little boy sat next to Sun Ziffin. The two bastards had their arms around each other's shoulders and lowered their heads as if they were looking at something together. The little fatty couldn't help but urge in a low voice as he watched on. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet. Wait a minute. Sun Ziffin impatiently mumbled. Damn, damn, damn. The Seven Mysteries sect is awesome. I also want to cultivate. Is there any cultivation sect in Great Tang? Sun Ziffin unhappily said, Kid, are you drunk? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you to death when you go back? Forget it. A moment later. Huh, that's it. Damn, it's over already. Sun Ziffin could not help but shout. However, his voice was a little too loud, and Assistant Master Mao finally noticed the commotion. Sun Ziffin, you Donkai, what are you two doing? Assistant Master Mao was slightly angry and said in a deep voice. He always had a headache when it came to the students of the Imperial College. These bastards were used to being arrogant, and it was difficult to discipline them even in the Imperial College. Nothing. Teacher, you must have misheard. Sun Ziffin quickly calmed down. Then he stood up and said with a calm face, Yes, yes, sir. We really didn't read the novel just now. No. I mean, we didn't read the newspaper just now. No. Udonkai was not as calm as Sun Ziffin. His expression was slightly flustered, and in the end, he accidentally exposed himself. Sun Ziffin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. He glared fiercely at the scammer next to him, wishing he could strangle him to death. When Assistant Teaching Assistant Mao heard this, how could he not know that these two bastards must have been secretly causing trouble downstairs? He walked down from the podium. Yes, the podium. After the School of Mathematics introduced the blackboard chalk, the other schools introduced the podium one after another. This was because the chalk was very useful to the teachers as it could predict the enemy's moves. Teaching Assistant Mao walked up to Sun Ziffin and said coldly, Take it out. Only then did Yudong realize that he had cheated his good brother this time. He looked at Sun Ziffin pitifully. Sun Ziffin felt a headache in his heart. It was as if he had forked a dog. Teacher Mao, what do you want? Sun Ziffin really liked the newspaper now and could not bear to hand it over. He still wanted to put up a resistance. Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the newspaper that Yu Dongkai was talking about. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Sun Shaoqing and Assistant Minister Yu about your performance in the Imperial College. Teaching assistant Mao was helpless against such a troublesome student, so he could only use the student's parents to threaten him. Ugh. Sun Ziffin and Yu Dongcai's faces immediately fell. They were not afraid of the teaching assistant, but they were afraid of their own parents. Here. Sun Ziffin reluctantly took out the newspaper from under the table. He was cursing teaching assistant Mao in his heart. What's the difference between a teacher who uses his parents to threaten a student and a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man? This teaching assistant Mao is so boring. Teaching assistant Mao definitely did not know that in a certain student's heart, he was already the same kind of person as a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man. He took the newspaper and returned to the podium to continue his lecture. Ziffin, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, I'll buy you another newspaper when I go back in the afternoon. After the morning class, Yu Dongkai eagerly chased after Sun Ziffin and said with a fawning expression, "Humph, of course you should buy me another newspaper." Sun Ziffin said angrily, Yes, yes, yes. I'll go buy another newspaper in a bit. Brother Ziffin, where did you buy that newspaper? I bought it this morning from a newspaper boy on the roadside. I don't know where to buy it now. Sun Ziffin rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, But I saw that at the top of the newspaper was Strange Culture. I don't know which store it came from, but judging from the name, it should have something to do with the Strange Culture Pavilion. Why don't you go to the Strange Culture Pavilion and ask? Strange Culture Pavilion? Yu Dongkai repeated in confusion. Then he suddenly said, excitedly, Ziffin, I heard that the Strange Culture Pavilion is the property of Professor Li's family. Didn't we tell the Chancellor that we were going to transfer to the Imperial College of Mathematics? How about it? Ziffin, did your father agree to it? Sun Ziffin chuckled as he took out a document from his bosom. He smiled proudly and said, Hee hee, everything is under control. I'll go find the Chancellor after I finish eating. Yu Dongkai raised his thumb and praised, Brilliant! Brother Ziffin is brilliant! I thought I was the only one who succeeded. Sun Ziffin said in astonishment, What? Your father also agreed? Yes. I was still wondering why my father was so easy to talk to this time. Brother Ziffin, when you go find the Chancellor later, bring me along. If I go with you, I'll feel more at ease. Yu Dongkai expressed that he wanted to hug his thigh when he went to find the principal. When Sun Ziffin heard this, he instantly thought of the things that Yu Dongkai had done in the class just now. He hurriedly refused in a bad mood. No, no, you go by yourself when the time comes, so that you won't trick me again. Yu Dongkai immediately became anxious. He chased up and said, Don't. Brother Ziffin, bring me along. I promise that I won't say a word this time. I definitely won't trick you. Are you sure you won't say a word? Yes, I'm sure. I definitely won't say a word. All right then, I'll bring you along this time. But remember to quickly buy me a newspaper. Yes, I'll send my errand boy to find out where to buy the newspaper. Yu Dongkai hurriedly said excitedly. On the other side, teaching assistant Mao finished his class and went to the canteen of the directorate. He took a meal, went to a seat by the window, and began to eat. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in his hand, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that it would be better to eat while reading what was written in the newspaper. It actually made his student so fascinated in class. But once he opened the newspaper, he couldn't stop reading. Chapter 204. In the dining hall, teaching assistant Mao's eyes gleamed as he read the article titled Detailed Explanation of the Use of Punctuation Marks. TSK. This punctuation mark is quite novel. It seems very practical. I wonder who came up with it. Should I suggest to the Chancellor that we should popularize this punctuation mark? Teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but mutter to himself after reading the explanation of the punctuation marks. He couldn't help but stop eating. He had been teaching for many years, so he naturally understood how important punctuation marks were to a student's reading efficiency. This was why he wanted to popularize them. After sighing for a while, teaching assistant Mao continued reading. Interaction between scholars? What is this so-called newspaper trying to do? Are they trying to gather all the scholars of the great Tang together for a debate? When teaching assistant Mao saw the words interaction between scholars, he was a little confused. Hiss on Taizong's commentaries. The person who wrote this article is quite bold, daring to talk about court politics. Ma Zhou? Who is Ma Zhou? This person is a little too arrogant. Unlike Wang Meng, Cheng Chumo, Sun Zifan, and Yu Dongkai, who had skipped over the other parts and directly read the novel, teaching assistant Mao was naturally very interested in the article on the meaning of the classics. But when he saw the title of the first article, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the successes and failures of the past generations, the Li Shu rebelled and gathered together as bandits, and all the countries were destroyed. Although the rulers of the country wished to change their ways, none of them were safe. For those who practice politics and religion, when they are at the point of being able to practice it, it is useless to regret it as soon as an accident occurs. Thus, whenever the rulers of the country see the death of their predecessors, they know the cause of the loss of their politics and religion, but they do not know the loss of their own bodies. Thus, Inzhou laughed at the death of Xiajia, and Yu and Li laughed at the destruction of Inzhou. At first, teaching assistant Mao thought that Ma Zhou, a commoner, was being too impudent in discussing court politics, but as he read on, he immediately put away his contempt. His expression grew more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of a country is not dependent on the accumulation of wealth, but on the happiness of the people. Taking recent events as an example, the Sui family stored the Luoco storehouse, and Limi used it. The eastern capital accumulated cloth and silk, and Wang Shichong occupied it. The western capital's treasury was also used by the state, and has not been used to this day. Xiang Shi Luoco. Dong Du does not have grain or silk. That is, Shichong and Li Mi may not necessarily be able to gather the masses. But stockpiling is a common thing in a country. One must wait until one has excess strength before withdrawing it. If we take it by force and use it to fund the bandits, it will be useless. Good. Unique insight. This person is a great talent. Based on this article alone, we can see that Ma Zhou's ability to govern the country is not inferior to some of the officials in the imperial court. When he reached the end of the article, teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but slap the table and laugh wildly. When a scholar comes across a good article, he is more excited than when he sees a beautiful woman. In history, Ma Zhou, in the 11th year of Jingguan era, wrote an article called Shang Taizong Shu and presented it to Lier. The Comprehensive Mirror for Aid in Governance had a very high evaluation of this article, and it could be called the #1 article in public security policy since ancient times. Although some of Ma Zhou's ideas had yet to reach the realm of Mahayana, it already contained many of his later political ideas. Therefore, this article could be considered an extremely rare masterpiece. How can such a great talent be unknown? Alas, there are so many talented people in the world who have been buried. It seems that this Tang daily can also be used to discover talents, right? Teaching assistant Mao's interest in the newspaper was growing. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on the paper as if he were caressing a beautiful woman and continued reading. Chancellor, Chancellor, we have something to talk to you about. The miserable Kong Ingda was once again woken up by those little bastards during his lunch break. He went to open the door with a gloomy mood. What do you want? Anyone who was interrupted during their lunch break would be unhappy. Although Kong Ingda had read the books of sages, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, there was some anger in his words. Chancellor, we are looking for you to change the school. Although Sun Zifen could see that Kong Ingda was unhappy, he wasn't afraid and still told him the purpose of his visit. Oh, Kong Ingda looked at these little bastards in confusion and asked with a frown, "Didn't I tell you before that you need to get your father's permission? Why are you here again today?" Sun Zifen restrained the complacency in his heart and smiled faintly. "Chancellor, we went home and got our father's permission before we came to look for you. Chancellor, look, this is the statement written by my father to change the school. There is absolutely no mistake." Yes, yes, yes. Chancellor, my father also agreed. This is the statement written by my father. This is written by my father. Chancellor, please take a look. The 7 or 8 students behind him immediately scrambled for the documents in their hands and stuffed them into Kong Ingda's hands. Compared to the last time, the number of students who came to look for Kong Ingda this time seemed to be less. It was obvious that some of the students' parents didn't know much about the current school of mathematics. Kong Ingda was really a little Spartan at this moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. How could the fathers of these little bastards agree to their ridiculous request? No matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible for them to agree. Kong Ingda was in a daze for a long time before he was woken up by Sun Zifen. He sorted out his emotions and opened up the document that Sun Zifen gave him. He looked at it carefully and saw that the handwriting was horizontal and vertical, vigorous and powerful. This was indeed Sun Fujia's handwriting. Sun Zifen was still unable to imitate it. At this moment, the last trace of luck in Kong Ingda's heart was instantly shattered. He found it hard to understand why these people's fathers would agree to transfer their children to the School of Mathematics. However, before he could think about it carefully, the surrounding students had started to urge him. It was still Sun Zifen who took the lead and said, "Chancellor, look, we have the document to change the School of Mathematics. Can the students be transferred to the School of Mathematics?" That's right. Chancellor, you promised us before that as long as our fathers agree, you will let us transfer to the School of Mathematics. That's right, that's right. Chancellor, your knowledge is the best in the world. You can't go back on your words. Chancellor, quickly tell us, can we do it or not? At this moment, Kong Ingda really felt that there were hundreds of flies buzzing around his ears. He waved his hand with an extreme headache and said in a deep voice, "Quiet, quiet. What I said before naturally counts. After 2 days, your application to change the School of Mathematics will be approved." Even though Kong Ingda was extremely unwilling, but as the Chancellor of the Directorate, how could he do something like going back on his words? "Oh, Chancellor, that's great. Ha ha. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, then shall we return to class? There are still some fellows here pretending to be obedient." Just as Kong Ingda's voice fell, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Kong Ingda hurriedly waved his hand and said, all right, quickly return to class." Chapter 205. Kong Ingda heaved a sigh of relief after sending the brats away. However, When he thought about the fact that he would have to switch schools for them, he felt a headache coming on. Sigh, what were the fathers of these students thinking? In the cafeteria, the food in front of teaching assistant Mao had already turned cold, but he didn't care at all. Ma Zhou's brilliant articles had completely captivated him. At this moment, he had truly entered a state of oblivion. He no longer cared about what was happening in the outside world. An interpretation of the law of Jingguan states, man, 3 talents and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Good. Ma Zhou's summary is so incisive. Qin Dynasty's political commentary states, looking at the previous generations from the Xia, Yin, Zhou, and Han dynasties to the world, it has been passed down from one generation to the next. Some have been passed down for more than 800 years, while some have been passed down for less than 400 to 500 years. Since the Wei, Jin, Zhou, and Sui dynasties, most have been passed down for no more than 50 to 60 years. How thorough! I really want to drink and chat merrily with Ma Zhou and discuss his grand ambitions. I wonder if my articles can be published in this newspaper. When the time comes, I can discuss my political views with the world's literati. Teaching assistant, Mao read several of Ma Zhou's political essays in a row. He was so excited that his hands were red from clapping. Of course, he was slapping the table. The servants next to him were scared witless. They were very worried that teaching assistant Mao would break the table. Most of the students and teachers who were eating in the cafeteria were scared away by teaching assistant Mao's crazy shouts from time to time. A few of the bolder teachers leaned forward to read the newspaper in teaching assistant Mao's hands. As soon as they read it, they were immediately immersed in Ma Zhou's literary feast. Gradually, 7 or 8 people surrounded teaching assistant Mao. However, teaching assistant Mao was completely unaware of it. He was still slapping the table and cheering. Mr. Mao, Mr. Mao? Several urging voices interrupted teaching assistant Mao's wandering between the lines of the newspaper. He raised his head, only to be startled by the colleagues around him. Aya, Dr. Wang, Dr. Zhang, Dr. Su, teaching assistant Sun, teaching assistant Zhao, teaching assistant Yuan, teaching assistant Chen, why are you all here? The white-haired old man smiled gently and said, Assistant Instructor Mao, such a masterpiece is like fine wine in a dark alley. For people like us who have been immersed in literature for years, it's extremely attractive. Another scholarly scholar also stroked his beard and said with a smile, Brother Yaluan's words are true. This Ma Zhou quotes from the classics, scrutinizes the past and present, and picks and delves into the complex. His essay is reasonable, not a word can be added, and not a word can be subtracted. Listening to it makes people feel comfortable and tireless. Even the ancient Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhongjun, and Jia Yi were like this. Gentlemen, it's past lunchtime for this cafeteria. It's time to close. The page boy at the side could not help but muster up his courage and ask, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, please follow me out. Teaching assistant Mao only just noticed the errand boy in the cafeteria. He hurriedly said with an apologetic expression, although they were teachers and were a cut above the rest, teaching assistant Mao had always been well educated. He could not bully the errand boys. That's great. Let's talk about this Tang daily together. Wang Yaluan nodded in agreement. With this old scholar's words, the other teachers did not dare to object. They all followed him out of the cafeteria. The page boy bowed and thanked them profusely. Eastern Palace, illustrious Virtue Hall. Li Chongqian leaned against the couch, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. Since he also had 20% shares in Chitsu culture, He knew a little about the newspaper. However, he did not know the details. Therefore, when he learned that the newspaper was officially released today, he specially sent someone to buy a copy and come back to read it. This Majot's ability to conduct affairs is impeccable. He's even better than some of the scholars in my Eastern Palace. It was no wonder that Li Zixuan had been so confident in Ma Zhou's abilities back in the workshop, sparing no effort to support Ma Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Zhou would be able to shock the world with a single feat, and he might even alarm Imperial Father. Should I recommend this person to my father? After reading Massachusetts Zhou's article, Li Chengqian fell into deep thought and could not help but murmur. After a while, he shook his head and decided to continue reading. Shocking! The culprit is actually so deranged as to exterminate an entire family. Oh, Great Tang's laws are strict. How can there be such an outlaw? Li Chengqian whispered doubtfully. After a while, he finished reading the article. Not bad, not bad. This county magistrate of Xinfeng County is quite quick-witted. The person who wrote this article is also not bad. The title is very attractive. Li Chengqian praised. But in an instant, he regretted what he had just said. Drunken scholar encounters brothel courtesan and actually does such unbearable things. Uffed. What kind of title is this? How could such vulgar and unbearable content be published in this newspaper? Let me take a look. Half an hour later. Damn, this was written by Ma Zhou. This is simply not right. It's not what I thought before. Even someone as calm as Li Chengqian could not help but curse after reading the content of this article. But when he read the other articles, he realized that he was too young. Chang, and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking! A woman actually does such things in broad daylight. Shocking! Shocking! Men will be silent. Women will cry. Pfft! Is this still the Ma Zhou that I know? Is this still the Ma Zhou that wrote so many beautiful articles before? Li Chengqian was about to vomit blood at this moment after encountering headlines, one after another. But even though he knew that some of the headlines were a trap, Li Chengqian could not help but continue reading. He even had a faint trace of expectation in his heart. Perhaps this was, let him abuse you 1,000 times, but you still treat him as your first love. Wasn't this A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, written by Xiao Xian? Why does it say Leather Knight? Li Chengqian had previously read the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, so he was not very concerned about the latter part of the novel. He originally planned to put down the newspaper directly, but after inadvertently seeing the author's name under the title of the novel, he could not help but be stunned. He knew the author of this novel better than anyone else. But what the hell was this Leather Knight? After thinking for a long time, Li Chengqian could not figure out what Li Zixuan was up to. He put down the newspaper and prepared to take a lunch break. When the time comes, I can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. The other assistant teachers and professors also echoed, yes, it would be best if you can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. Yes, yes, Assistant Master Mao replied. I also have the same idea, but I don't know how to publish it in the Tang Daily. Why don't we read it together? That's a good idea. A moment later. Shocking. The murderer is so deranged that he killed the whole family. Why did this essay start to use vernacular? There's no literary talent at all. Indeed, it's really disappointing, but the content of this essay is very interesting. Well, Maybe this mock Zhou deliberately used vernacular so that ordinary people can understand it. After the 9 teachers finished reading the first article, they couldn't help but discuss the huge change from classical to vernacular. Drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. Chang and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman did such a thing in broad daylight. However, the following 3 pieces of news left everyone dumbfounded. I thought this Ma Zhou was a refined person. I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Yes, the titles of the following articles are exaggerated and vulgar. It's really a disgrace to the refined. As scholars, how can we be so shameless? It's really abominable. The voices were almost one-sided. Almost all of them condemned Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou had changed from a handsome and virtuous person to a refined scum that everyone condemned in speech and in writing. Only assistant coach Mao and Wang Yaluan didn't say anything. After the others finished criticizing, Wang Yaluan said with a smile, "I don't think so. As the saying goes, great vulgarity is great elegance. The difference between vulgarity and elegance is just a matter of thought. It depends on how you look at it. The wording of these few articles is not flowery. The entire article is written in plain language. This old man guesses that this section is mainly written for those who are barely literate and have not studied the meaning of poetry. If that is the case, these topics are really not ordinary. This Ma Zhou is a true wise man." "Why do you think so, Brother Yaluan?" "Yes, why are these titles extraordinary?" Wang Yaluan looked at assistant coach Mao and said with a faint smile, "Assistant coach Mao, you seem to have some ideas. Why don't you tell us your opinion?" Assistant coach Mao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "I think Ma Zhou wrote these titles on purpose. Professor Wang had previously said that these articles were written for the common people to read. Hence, these titles were even more pleasing to the common people and would make them even more interested in reading them. I think this is Ma Zhou's cleverest part. He is elegant when he needs to be, and vulgar when he needs to be." Wang Yaluan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Assistant coach Mao is right. I think so too. Let's continue reading." Wang Yaluan was the most experienced person here. The others couldn't refute his words, so they continued reading. "Shocking, shocking. Men will fall silent. Women will cry." Everyone was gradually getting used to these exaggerated titles, so they didn't make a fuss this time. However, when they saw the content, they were all shocked. The Tang Daily is collecting manuscripts from everyone. It's not limited to men or women, and the pay is very generous. This is a very novel idea. Dr. Wang, do you want to send your masterpiece to this strange culture to try? That's right. Professor Wang, your essay on the Confucian classics is flawless. Wang Yaluan was quite tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the pay from Kiki culture, but who didn't want their essays to be read by the world? My fellow colleagues are right. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go write an article and debate with Ma Zhou. After that, he cupped his hands and left hurriedly with the others. Chapter 207. Excuse me for a moment. I almost forgot that I still have to teach the students. Assistant lecturer Mao exclaimed when he saw the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he hurried to the Imperial College. While he was in a hurry, an idea popped up in his mind. Since the Tang Daily is offering a high price for everyone's essays, should I give it a try? Unlike Wang Yaluan, who was well off, Assistant Lecturer Mao's salary was relatively low. If his essay was accepted, He could become famous and earn money to support his family. Wouldn't that be perfect? With that in mind, Assistant Lecturer Mao quickened his pace. "Good morning, sir." Assistant Lecturer Mao had almost doubled the usual 30-minute journey. He stood on the podium and coughed dryly. "Ahem, sir, I was delayed by something earlier. In the afternoon, everyone will study by themselves and revise what I explained this morning." Assistant Lecturer Mao's mind was elsewhere. He cleverly copied Li Zixuan's lazy trick and told the students to study by themselves. Although the students were puzzled, they did not ask too much and could only obey obediently. Assistant Lecturer Mao saw that everything was settled. He asked a few students to keep an eye on the situation and then hurried to his office. He remembered that the Tang Daily had written that submissions should be submitted as early as possible. If he went back now and sent it to Chitsu Culture, it might be published tomorrow. In a restaurant in Dongshi City. So there was a massacre in Xinfeng County recently. No wonder I saw so many officials when I went to my child's second aunt's house last time. That's right. This family is so pitiful. Big Dog Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Ha! Zhao Lauer, didn't you read today's newspaper? What newspaper? Here, that's the one. This morning, there were children hawking this all over the capital. Didn't you buy one? Oh my, it's such a big piece of paper with so many words. I can't afford it. What's written on it? Is it as good as what you said? Ha, Zhao Lauer, you're wrong this time. This newspaper isn't expensive. It only costs 5 copper coins. How is it? Are you surprised? Let me tell you, the things written in the newspaper are really F***king interesting. For example, let me read to you, drunken scholar encounters brothel's top courtesan and actually commits such a despicable act. What do you think? Do you want to see it? The eyes of the man, named Zhao Er, immediately lit up. He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said with a lewd smile, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother to go, quickly tell me what happened next." Seeing Zhao Lauer's anxious face, Wang Dago's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, "Hee, then let me tell you. 2 days ago, a drunken scholar wandered into Peace Square. As Wang Dago spoke, more and more people gathered around the table. The newcomers didn't know what Wang Dago was talking about. After asking, they understood that it was an interesting story from the Tang Daily. After getting to the bottom of it, they were naturally surprised by the low price of the Tang Daily. They all secretly made up their minds that if they met a child selling newspapers tomorrow, they would definitely buy a copy. It would be stupid not to buy such an interesting and cheap newspaper. This interesting phenomenon was rapidly spreading to all parts of Chang, and the novel thing called newspapers was also quietly entering the lives of the people of Tang Empire. "Brother Ma, how's the sales of today's newspaper?" Li Zixuan went straight to the workshop after class. He went to the back hall and found Ma Zhou. "Lord Zhu, you're here." Ma Zhou first bowed to Li Zixuan. Then he said with a flushed face, "This morning, the sales of the newspaper weren't good. After all, it was just launched. Many people still don't know what a newspaper is. Those who were willing to spend money to buy it at that time were mostly greedy for the cheap price of the newspaper, not because of the content of the newspaper. Therefore, in one morning, only less than 400 copies of the newspaper were sold. However, when it was close to noon, a few groups of people suddenly came. They all seemed to be from rich and powerful families. Each of them bought dozens of copies, and they seemed to already know the content of the newspaper. Before Lord Zhu came, all the newspapers today were sold out. The more Ma Zhou spoke, the more excited he became. He was indeed excited. First of all, the good sales of the newspaper were an affirmation of his hard work. Second of all, In the first edition of the newspaper, there were many proud works that he had been brewing for a long time. Now, they were widely praised in Chang, and his political views and ambitions would be read by countless people. He was very likely to become famous in one fell swoop. Li Zixuan looked at the excited Ma Zhou and smiled meaningfully. Ha! Now that Brother Ma is going to become a big celebrity in Chang. And it won't be long before the officials in the imperial court know that there is such a talented and virtuous person among the people. At that time, maybe His Majesty will also be alarmed. Brother Ma's day of meteoric success will not be far away. Ha! Li Zixuan was right. Gold would shine, no matter where it was. If Li Er knew about Ma Zhou, this kind of genius, he would definitely spare no effort to recruit him. According to the historical records, in the 5th year of Xinguan, Li Er requested that every official in the imperial court write an article about the gains and losses of the current political situation. At that time, Ma Zhou was only a follower of Chang He. This person was very important. He was a trusted aide of Taizong. That year, when the Xuanwu Gate was changed, Chang He was the one who guarded the Xuanwu Gate. Chang He was a military general and did not know how to write. When he saw that the emperor wanted him to write an article, he could not help but feel anxious. When Ma Zhou heard this news, he wanted to repay the emperor's kindness and took the initiative to write the article for Chang He. Chang He was very happy and let Ma Zhou write it for him. A few days later, Chang He presented the article that Ma Zhou had written about the current political situation to Li Er. After Li Er read it, he was shocked. He knew that Chang He was not good at writing. How could he write such a thorough article? He did not believe that this was written by Chang He and asked Chang He if he had written it. Chang He was an honest person and did not take credit for himself. He honestly told Li Er. When Li Er heard that there was such a genius under Chang, he was very happy and immediately wanted to meet this genius. He did what he thought and ordered someone to call Ma Zhou over from Chang He's residence. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would be so arrogant. The attendant that was sent over came back alone. Not only was Li Er not angry, he sent someone to invite Ma Zhou again. After sending out 4 envoys, he finally managed to invite the arrogant Ma Zhou to the imperial palace. This was the famous story of Taizong's 4th invitation to Ma Zhou in history. Li Zixuan had heard their history teacher talk about it in his previous life. Therefore, he purposely said it today to see how Ma Zhou would respond. In fact, he was not confident that he could keep Ma Zhou. After all, the temple of Qitzu culture was still too small and could not accommodate a great god like Ma Zhou. Compared to Li Er's great temple, Qitzu culture did not have any attraction. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? Naturally, he could tell that there was another meaning in Li Zixuan's words. He was stunned. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Zhu?" Ma Zhou was just a homeless scholar in Chang, and I am indebted to Lord Zhu for not abandoning me and being willing to help me in a business together. That is how Ma Zhou is today. Now that Qitzu culture has just taken shape, I will definitely not leave. Chapter 208. Even if His Majesty summons me at this time, I will never do such a treacherous thing. I remember Lord Zhu once said that you want all the scholars in Tang to be able to read books. At least before this great wish is realized, I will not leave. In the back hall of the workshop, Ma Zhou looked at Li Zixuan and said sincerely. Li Zixuan was touched. Unlike modern people who chased after fame and fortune, ancient scholars had integrity. This was the first time he had experienced such a scholarly character. Ha, Brother Ma, you are a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I was right about you. But don't worry, Brother Ma, the scale of quirk culture will become bigger and bigger in the future. It will not bury your talent. Moreover, Brother Ma's future will not be bad if you work in quirk culture. Just like now, didn't you become famous in Chang? And because of the first issue of the newspaper? After listening to Ma Zhou's sincere words, Li Zixuan could not help but laugh happily. Ma Zhou nodded in agreement and said, "Ha, Lord Zhu is right. Ma Zhou has been wandering around for so many years, and I am a little indifferent about the future. The most important thing for a person is self-cultivation. A talented person will get the future he deserves no matter where he is." Ha, that makes sense. Gold will shine no matter where it is. The two talked and laughed for a while. Unknowingly, their relationship became closer. Lord Zhu, the first batch of books has about 300 copies of each book, a total of 15 books. It is estimated that the printing will be completed in the next few days. How is the preparation of our bookstore? Ma Zhou took the initiative to ask. Li Zixuan pondered and said, "Brother Ma, don't worry about this matter. I have already bought a shop next to Quirk Pavilion. The interior has been renovated, and it can be opened at any time. In the future, this shop will be used to sell new paper, books, and newspapers. The shop will be named after quirk culture. What do you think, Brother Ma?" Li Zixuan had already asked Wang Zhong to contact someone about the shop. Wang Zhong was in charge of paying for the shop and finding someone to decorate it. He had always been a good hands-off shopkeeper. Very good, very good. Since everything is under Lord Zhu's control, I just need to do things with peace of mind. Steward Ma, there's a young man outside who insists on buying a newspaper. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, a manservant came over and said in a hurry, "Tell him directly that today's newspaper has been sold out and that he will come back tomorrow." Ma Zhou waved his hand and said, the manservant said with a bitter face, "I also told that person, but he said that he had to buy the newspaper today. Otherwise, he was afraid that his young master would not forgive him. Moreover, he came here today after inquiring about many places." The person asking for the newspaper outside was the errand boy sent by Yudong Kai. After this unlucky fellow was sent out by his young master, he asked around and finally found the curious pavilion workshop. In the end, he was told that the newspaper was sold out. Thinking that she would definitely be punished by her young master if she went back like this, the little attendant made a scene at the entrance of the workshop, unwilling to leave. Li Zixuan saw an open newspaper on the table. Ma Zhou must have read it himself, so he said, "Here, take this and send that person away." "Yes, boss." The manservant took the newspaper and hurriedly left. Li Zixuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, "Brother Ma, go and get someone to print more newspapers. From tomorrow onwards, the number of newspapers printed will gradually increase. I estimate that the demand for newspapers will increase." What Lord Zhu said makes sense. I also have the same intention. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well, Brother Ma, how are the preparations for the layout of the second issue of the newspaper?" After all, the newspaper had just been published. Li Zixuan felt that there would be relatively few people submitting articles today, so he asked this question. Ma Zhou smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, Lord Zhu. I have already prepared the content of the second issue. Even if no one comes to submit articles today, I will still be able to fill the newspaper." Li Zixuan felt a little relieved. Ma Zhou's work was indeed reassuring. There were some things that he did not need to instruct at all. Ma Zhou had already taken the initiative to do it. "Nenfeng, come here." In an old house in Yiyang Lane, Wang Yaluan called for the servant to come over. "Hey, master, you called for me?" A servant in green ran over quickly and bowed. Wang Yaluan handed over a stack of papers and said, "Nan Feng, help me send these papers to the editorial department of quirk culture in the East City. Tell them that I want to submit articles." "Yes, master." Nan Feng took the papers and was about to go out. Suddenly, he paused and hesitated carefully. "Master, where is the editorial department of quirk culture? I have never heard of it." Wang Yaluan stroked his beard and smiled. "Haha, according to the newspaper, it should be inside the workshop of Quirk Pavilion in Ani Lane. You should be able to find it if you look carefully." Although Nan Feng did not know what a newspaper was, he still knew about the workshop of Quirk Pavilion that had been popular in Chang, and recently. "Yes, master, don't worry. I will definitely send the papers." The Imperial College. Kong Ingda had gotten a newspaper from somewhere. He was sitting on a stool and reading it with great interest. From time to time, he would sigh. After an unknown period of time, Kong Ingda put down the newspaper and sighed. "This Majot is really a refined person. The first few policy essays were written clearly and logically. The last few articles on current affairs, although straightforward and popular, did not lose their humor. Haha, although the latter part of the novel is unrealistic, the imagination of a heavenly steed soaring across the skies is truly admirable. Moreover, this newspaper even intends to let scholars submit articles. I'm afraid its influence will only grow in the future." Kong Ingda took another look at the newspaper and shouted, "Alu!" A moment later, a young servant came in and bowed. "Master, Alu, every morning, when you see a child selling newspapers, remember to buy a copy of this newspaper for me." Kong Ingda held the newspaper and instructed, "Yes, master. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Genius, this is a genius. Majot. Xiaosong, who is Majot?" Li Er asked curiously as he leaned on his dragon throne and looked at the newspaper that he had gotten from God knows where. "Your Majesty, Ma Zhou is a scholar in the workshop of Li County. According to the investigation, this newspaper was handled by Ma Zhou." Xiao Song was obviously prepared. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly answered, "Yes, go and investigate this Ma Zhou in detail. I am very interested in this person." Li Er nodded and ordered softly, "Yes." A moment later, Li Er suddenly laughed. "Ha, this Xinfeng County magistrate is really good at solving cases. He deserves to be rewarded. Xiao Song, send someone to the Ministry of Personnel to pass on my orders. Xinfeng County Magistrate Chang Qingyuan is conscientious, selfless, and able to solve cases like a god. He will be rewarded with 100 pieces of gold and silver and 10 pieces of silk. Chapter 209. In the Ganlu Palace. After about an hour, Li Er finally finished reading all the contents of the newspaper. He did not frown or criticize or scold the clickbait, articles at the end, and the novel at the end. He just smiled thoughtfully and said to Zhao Song, "Zhao Song, this newspaper that you found is quite interesting. I see that it says that there is a daily edition here. From now on, send me a daily edition of the newspaper." Zhao Song heard Li Er and smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Oh, right. How much is the price of this newspaper?" Li Er thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the price of this newspaper is 5 coins per copy. It's so cheap. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can also afford to buy newspapers?" Li Er raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Unlike some fatuous emperors who did not know the ways of the people, Li Er was very familiar with the prices of the people. He knew how cheap a newspaper was at 5 coins per copy. "Indeed, Your Majesty, I heard from the eunuch in the palace that there were people talking about the news in the newspaper in all the taverns in Chang, and today, every time Li Xianji comes up with something new, the people of Chang, and we'll talk about it for a long time." Li Er thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. This kid still has a conscience this time. He did not set a high price for profit. I don't know what he's thinking, but this is also a good thing. It can let the people know about the Tang Empire's national policy. It's also beneficial to the imperial court. Moreover, this newspaper will encourage more people to learn how to read. It's quite a good education. Lisa Xuan, this kid, I'm afraid he's up to something big. Steward Ma, 2 people came to the workshop to deliver manuscripts. They said that their master is coming over to submit a manuscript. In the backyard of the workshop, in the editorial department of Chichu Culture, a servant knocked on the door and came in. He bowed to Ma Zhou and reported. Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He got up and took the manuscripts and said, "Okay, I got it. Song Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work." Song Xiaoxi trembled. He did not expect Ma Zhou, a big shot in the workshop, to remember his name. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. This is what I should do. Steward Ma, thank you for your hard work." Song Xiaoxi hurriedly said with a smile. Ma Zhou smiled and said, "Well, if there are any submissions in the future, please send them to me as soon as possible. This is very important." "Yes, I will remember. If Steward Ma has nothing else, I will take my leave." Ma Zhou smiled and nodded. After Song Xiaoxi left the room, he sat down and read the article seriously. After a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. "Good article, good article. It seems that tomorrow's newspaper needs to be changed." With that, he took the manuscript and hurried out to the printing department of the workshop. The next morning, with the beating of the morning drum in the bell tower, the city of Chang, which had been asleep all night, was awakened. The pedestrians and peddlers who had woken up early also walked out of the shop and began a tiring day of running around. Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the Tang Dynasty daily, today's headline was, "Bloodwind Stockade is heartless enough to kidnap innocent girls." Li County's man is enraged by a beauty, draws his sword and challenges Beimang Mountain alone. If you want to know what will happen, you only need to pay 5 coins. Early in the morning, a newspaper boy on a skateboard wandered around the streets of Chang, and the crisp sound of selling newspapers woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. The passers-by saw that these children were all neat and tidy and were very cute. Moreover, the story from the newspaper boy was really interesting. The most important thing was that the newspaper was not expensive. Many people had already bought the newspaper yesterday, and the content was really interesting. Therefore, the passers-by who woke up early all took out 5 copper coins to buy the newspaper. "Hey, kid, wait. Give me a copy of the newspaper." "Give me a copy too." "Give me a copy." Unlike the desolate sales situation yesterday morning, after a day of accumulation, many people knew that the content of the newspaper was really interesting. As soon as the newspaper boy came out, he was surrounded by many people. Don't worry, everyone has won." "Andy, you haven't paid yet." "Uncle, don't worry, here's your change." "Don't push, everyone must have won." The newspaper boy had never experienced such a scene and was a little flustered. However, these people still had some quality. Under the advice of the newspaper boy's young voice, although they did not manage to be orderly, at least there was no stampede. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd in front of the newspaper boy finally dispersed. He breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. According to today's situation, he would definitely be able to sell a lot of newspapers. When the time came, he would get a lot of money. According to Li Zixuan's suggestion, Ma Zhou set the daily salary for these newspaper boys according to the number of newspapers they sold every day. For every 5 newspapers sold, they would get a commission of 1 coin. It was not that Li Zixuan was stingy, but for these children, earning a dozen coins a day was really a lot. Moreover, with the current price of the newspaper, the workshop was not making money. Now, they were making a loss. First, they had to build the reputation of the newspaper, and then think about making money. After Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he sat in the carriage on the way to the Imperial College. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard the newspaper boy's advertisement for selling newspapers. He almost vomited blood. Ma Zhou was the one who came up with the advertising message for the newsboy. The message was changed every day. Yesterday, he was only concerned about the progress of the layout of today's newspaper and did not look at the content. In his opinion, since he used Ma Zhou, he should not doubt the people he used and not use the people he suspected. He should try his best to delegate as much power as possible. Of course, one could also say that he was lazy. Who knew that he would put himself in the headlines by delegating power? This Ma Zhou was King up trouble. How could an employee mess with his boss like this? Sanbao, go and buy a newspaper for me. Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines as he shouted outside. Yes, young master. Sanbao stopped the carriage outside and quickly went to buy a newspaper and handed it in. Li Zixuan opened the newspaper and began to read it seriously. After a while, he touched his chin and muttered with a smug face, "Am I really that handsome? Not bad, not bad. This Ma Zhou's writing style is really good. TSK. This psychological description is so accurate. It deeply and vividly shows the anxiety of an infatuated man to save the woman he loves. TSK. This description of the action is so handsome. Ha, Ma Zhou, well done. When I go to the workshop, I will give you a raise." Li Zixuan was originally unhappy that his subordinate had made the headlines. However, when he saw Ma Zhou's wonderful description in the newspaper, the discomfort in his heart was immediately forgotten. Anyway, this news was not written by him, so there was no suspicion of him praising himself. At most, it could be considered as him praising himself. Iron Egg heard his master's shameless words and quickly lowered his head to cover his face. He could not help but snicker. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.